Good evening, hello and welcome to the iRacing Esports Network. We are SimSpeed TV and this is round number 2, Season 6 of the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. This is the Watkins Glen 650 ahead for 119 laps around the Watkins Glen Classic Boot. Hello and welcome to our coverage. My name is Jay Kennedy, soon to be joined by Scott Fountain. He's running a little bit late, but he will be here very, very soon. At the moment, qualifying is underway, and we've got a fair bit to talk about in regards to qualifying tonight. We're going to see a lot of new teams, not a lot of new drivers, a lot of new team colours, as well as some of the fields start to get themselves sorted heading in towards V8 Scops. And also the Endurance Championship, the LeBlanc Endurance Championship for this season. At the moment, All-Star Motorsports number 57 is currently on pole position. Second place is this car here. You may have seen during the week a little bit of turmoil at Trans-Tasman Racing. That car there driven by Sam Blacklock of Trans-Tasman Racing and the former Trans-Tasman Racing driver in Luke Harvey. They're currently in second position and only a 10th behind that lead car of the All-Star Motorsports team of Dane Warren and David Sanford. Jordan Ross and Glen Postlethwaite find themselves in third, with Joshua Anderson driving with Thomas McMillan currently in fourth. The All-Star Motorsports 248. Matt Morris in the Velocity Motorsports Racing entry finds himself in fifth, but there's a few other teams that have a few changes as well. Which include this car here, Zuva Racing. Michael Cracknell announced today that he is joining that squad, teaming up with Brett Loxton tonight, so that'll be a very, very strong lineup in that car. We also heard earlier in the week the CMR team, or a couple of weeks ago I should say, CMR Team Black with Craig Jones, who did very, very well last season. Is now teaming up with Marlon McMullen, former series champion in this series, so that should be a very, very strong team as well. Pursuit Sim Racing has just jumped up the timing sheets as well. They're currently in fourth position now. Velocity Motorsports Magazine Racing have just moved up as well ahead of the All-Star Motorsports crew. Then we've got the GRM Enduro squad finding themselves in 7th, OPR in 8th. Being One Performance Racing, Stealth Simforce in 9th, and 10th at the moment is that CMR Team Black. We'll find some drivers on flying laps at the moment. We'll go to the Ace Tennis Racing because the car of Sam Blacklock is on a flying lap. As we said, classic boot layout. We haven't used this layout for quite a long time in the iRacing V8 Supercar. Great to see how the drivers tackle this car. Go back to another driver on a flying lap. Is just having some sort of issues at the moment. Qualifying has just ended. Still was a few minutes left in qualifying, so not quite 100% sure what is happening. Apologies, just waiting to hear what's happening from race control. Some sort of issues within the event. Alright, so there are some technical issues in the background, so we're going to take a very, very quick break. We'll be back very, very soon. We will have qualifying action. So just realised that the server would have ran into the night and would have had to get the flashlights out, so we won't do that. We'll regroup. We'll be back in a couple of moments when everything's all set up and ready to go here on SimSpeed TV. This is the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. Round 1 of the LeBlanc Endurance Cup. Round 2 of the overall championship. This is the Watkins Glen 650 here on SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Esports Network.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
Once again, photo finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMerrick at the line.
Assist to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing.
Lee to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save.
Looks to the outside as Tronke goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Oh, he's trying this contact though.
Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Venner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Makashube, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Welcome back to SimSpeed TV here on the iRacing Esports Network. This is the Western Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship, and we're about to get into qualifying proper for the second time, take two, here at the Watkins Glen 650. My name is Jay Kennedy. Alongside me, he's finally got here, Scott Fountain Fonzie. It's going to be an awesome night of racing. Saying before we had our unscheduled interruption that a whole new list of teams, driver combinations and things like that. It's really going to be an interesting race, and great to see a whole heap of different names teamed up and what the dynamic's going to be.
Yes, well that's exactly it, Jay. Yes, welcome everybody to another Friday night. It's always a Friday night, and last endurance round of the championship, which, yeah, last season I should say, and last year we saw a fantastic first endurance round, and as you were just saying, Jay, yeah, new teams, you know, new pairings, and what better way to have it at Watkins, I tell you. Well, you know, the story is my first top split race on VATS Online many moons ago was actually at Watkins Glen, and I was so nervous. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it's good to see where things have, you know, progressed since that point where iRacing's got to, and I certainly look forward to being part of tonight's race.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome race, running a different layout from what we would normally see as well, which is always going to add a little bit of extra spice, running the classic boot layout, so straight ahead past the bus stop chicane and then into the boot section. Got 119 laps of racing ahead. New rules for this season around driver stint lengths. There is no maximum driver stint length. However, one driver can only do a maximum of 78 laps as the main driver, and there must be a minimum of 3 driver swaps. So you can work that out in any way you like, as long as there's no more than 78 laps for one driver and you do at least 3 driver swaps. I think that's pretty cool. It adds a different element of strategy. No minimum or maximum stint length. You can stretch it out and then mix up your strategy into something else down the track.
Yeah, you're certainly right. What a great track. I've never actually really seen an endurance event run here in a VATS Supercar, so yeah, it's their legs, and it is quite forgiving, this circuit, really. You can generally make a mistake and get away with it most of the time, so I don't think we'll see too many incidents, but yeah, certainly I think the draft is going to play a big part on tonight's result, and that person who's in second place, well, if he's sitting behind there and can save that little bit of fuel every lap, which you know, it really adds up around the track like this, you could see them really coming into contention in the last few laps.
So we'll get some laps out on the circuit from our drivers. See if we can pick up someone on a flying lap. One of the main contenders is on screen right now, that being Jordan Ross. This guy's Jordan Ross teaming up with Glen Postlethwaite in the 88 Synergy Sim Racing car. These guys have to be a contender. We know that Synergy Sim Racing always do very well in these races. Would be a surprise to see them not on the podium if they can finish the race. They always do very well in these ones.
Yeah, you're certainly right. They definitely do. Been around for a little while, and I reckon they'll have a good result tonight. It's going to be interesting. The first one of the season, we've seen, you know, drivers change teams, and you know, a silly season of sim racing in the past few weeks, and I do look forward to seeing what teams bring this year. I know that the likes of Redback Racing Team did a fantastic job in sort of the second half of last year, you know, in all the series that we do, and really their presence was, you know, quite dominant towards the end of last year, so I'm sure that those guys will be certainly a force to be reckoned with as well. And as you said, you know, Synergy Sim Racing, Trick Sim Sports, we can never count them out, can we?
No, you're right. Trick Sim Sports, Synergy Sim Racing and All Star Motorsports, probably the 3 favourites in regards to team. We've got a few privateer teams out there, as we said before. It's been a little bit of toing and froing at Trans-Tasman Racing in the last week or so, and on screen is the Ace Tennis Racing, which is the car that will be driven by Luke Harvey, teaming up with TTR's Sam Blacklock. Of course, Luke, along with Jared Filsell and Jake Burton, have all left Trans-Tasman Racing to go on to other ventures, which really thrown a really big curveball. A lot of teams, a lot of people have been very surprised by what's going on there.
Yeah, huge shock really. It's a big mix-up. TTR been, well, they're one of the longest standing teams, and you know, they always do a fantastic job. And whenever there's a TTR driver on track, well, they present themselves well, and they, you know, generally have a pretty good result. So a bit of a shock for those guys, but I'm sure, you know, they will regain themselves and come back bigger and better in the future.
Yeah, 100%. I think be a big chance for someone to maybe step up into those seats that were occupied by those guys as well. So as one door closes, a window opens for someone else. So that'll be really cool to see. We watched Forzen El Nabi on screen. These guys would have to be one of the big contenders as well. Very, very dominant in regards to endurance strategy in these races. They always do a really good job and know how to play the endurance game very, very well.
Oh, they certainly do. Well, you know, they claimed the V8 Scops Bathurst 1000 last year, and myself and Reese, who were commentating on that, counted them out. I said that they made a bad pit stop, and you know, they were going to be done. And well, in the last few laps, we both were proved very wrong, because they came through to clean the race up and really be dominant. So yes, you can definitely watch those guys. They will do a fantastic job. Forzen is a very smooth operator, so expect him to be right there. I'm just interested to see, like, we don't, you know, this track is so unique in itself that draft is such a big key part of it, and you know, coming up over the hill, people clobber that wall going up over that over the hill there onto the back straight, and it's, you know, such a difficult part of the circuit. You can ask Madison down there. He always used to clip the wall, didn't he, Jay?
Well, it became Madison's wall at one point. We're going to see a Blacklock because he is starting a flying lap. Was on pole earlier, as now he's been overtaken by Dane Warren. See what time he can do. We're looking around the 1 minute 45 bracket. Now, another factor for this is the 4 hours of this race. There have been races in this series which have gone right on for time certain finishes. I don't think we're going to get there tonight, but it will be very, very close.
Yeah, you're certainly right. It certainly throws a cat amongst the pigeons when something like that happens. We saw it, I think it was the first two endurance events. Definitely the first one was time certain, and exciting finish, and what we thought one person won it, and it wasn't actually them. In the end, it was Forzen who won it. Yes, Dane Warren ran out of gas, wasn't it, Jay? He ran out of gas,
yeah,
just
on the finish
just coming
line.
on the last turn, and Forzen came through and grabbed it for us. So yeah, although we may not see it tonight, I'm sure we will see it throughout the season.
So we watch Blacklock come through. Just notice another name that's jumped up the timing sheets is Jordan Ross has just gone to second. Marlon McMullen in a fifth, but in a sixth position, Wayne Burke. And it's going to be very, very strange to see Wayne in a car that is not a just Synergy sim racing car. He's gone to One Performance Racing, as we said last week. It's a very big shock to see him out of that team. He's pretty much one of the staples of that team.
Shock.
He and Dean O'Brien both gone to One Performance Racing. As Blacklock crosses the line, he'll slot into second position. Not too far away from Dane Warren, only 0.03 of a second away.
Good to see the likes of Joshua Anderson out there, who has just jumped up the time sheet. He is now P4, was back in P8 there. He's now sitting in P4. Yeah, fantastic driver is Joshua, and yeah, we saw him from really charged through the field and be, you know, certainly right up there at the pointy end, so expect them to be there as well, I reckon.
Yeah, 100%. On board here with the current pole-setting car, the 57 of Dane Warren, teaming up with David Sanford tonight. New pairing for the All-Star Motorsport crew with, as you said, Josh Anderson subbing in. He'll team up with Thomas McMillan, who drove with Dane through the Endurance Championship last season. He's just coming past a couple of cars that have had a little bit of whoopsie coming through the S's, or coming out of the S's under the back straight. It is very weird to see the cars go straight ahead at the chicane. They were so used to them using the bus stop chicane. To see them go straight ahead is a little bit different, a little bit confusing, and some drivers may even be a little bit unsettled by that. It's such a staple of this circuit that not running it is a little bit strange.
Yeah, you're certainly right. It's yeah, I'm just interested to see, you know, obviously we've got a ever evolving day. You've got the day-night change, the cloud cover changes a lot more. The track temperature variation is a big thing now, which previous years it hasn't been. So that's going to be interesting to see how these guys kind of, really play their strategy. Do you just kind of cruise around and really not wear out your tyres too much, or do you push hard and grab as many sets as you can?
I think when the safety cars fall will probably dictate what you do in that situation. So we'll see how that all plays out. It's going to be interesting to see how that does happen. Got a few drivers just trying to find some gaps out on the track. We've got 46 cars out on circuit at the moment, which is a pretty big field out there, which is great to see at this early stage in the season. Another driver that swapped teams just announced tonight. I'd heard about this a few days ago, so I've been in the loop a little bit, but we've got Guy Leach now with the KRF Motorsports crew. So he is in the 116 tonight. It'll be good to see how he goes with the KRF guys, and also with the KRF Zuva Racing. You see Brett Loxton out in this car normally, but teaming up with Michael Cracknell, who was probably the hottest free agent in the off-season. Great to see him out there. I think he and Loxton will be very, very strong.
Yeah, I think you're right. Loxton, he won last year's championship, the individual driver championship. He won, and very dedicated to sim racing. They certainly will be fast. I was actually talking to Guy Leach last night, and he said to me that he was moving over there. So ARF do a pretty good job. He was always kind of running by himself, wasn't he? So I think that potentially this could help him. He's never really right at the top, but he's no slouch when it comes to driving a V8 Supercar around the virtual track.
Yeah, 100%. He's definitely a very, very good driver. He and Cracknell will both do very, very well. So it'll be great to see those guys push on and move up the field. Fingers crossed, and could be the help that Brett Loxton needs as well, because some of the races he was struggling just for a little bit of support in the background, wasn't he? Just wasn't quite there. A little bit of support for him. It's definitely going to go a long way, and we could see him move up through the field throughout the season in both the official series V8 Scops, and as you said, he did win AOSC last season, but it'd be great to see him with a really strong driver pairing.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think it'll be interesting to see how Harley Haber goes tonight. Last week we saw he was quite aggressive, and he had a couple of incidents. Actually collided with his teammate, I think, at one stage. So I've seen a big improvement from Harley sort of towards the end of last year, coming on board with Redback, and Mark Samuel over there did a fantastic job with getting him. He was always fast, but kind of keeping his head cool, and he's sitting in P4 at the moment. So I think Harley, we've got some pretty good teams. I think that last season we had there was kind of three or four teams that could really do it well. I think you look at kind of the top 8 right there now, and we've only got 2 All-Star Motorsport cars in that top 8. So, and the rest of them are all individual teams by themselves. So lots of variation. It's going to be good to see who wins overall.
Got 11 different teams in the top 12. 12 different teams in the top 13. So very, very mixed up field. As you said, the only team with 2 drivers in that group is All-Star Motorsports, and technically the All-Star Motorsports second car is being driven by a Vandervelde sim racing driver. So you could technically say that you've got 13 different teams in the top 13.
And that's absolutely fantastic. That's what all of these guys coming at it, and not one team just being dominant and claiming everything, but everyone having a decent shot at doing it. And really it just comes to a bit of luck and a bit of team management, driver management, and especially in endurance races, these V8 Supercars are hard enough to complete one lap. Well, try and throw yourself at 119 of them, and then you've got a bit of a different story. So it's really good to see, and I think that literally any one of those sort of top 10 cars could easily claim tonight if it works in their favour.
We just saw Harley Haber jump into 3rd position on that flying lap, so it's an improvement for that car. As we go to Marlon McMullen, US driver in CMR. On his flying lap at the moment, current best of a 45.7. Big change as well this season to last, as we said before with the day-night transition. The track evolves in a different way in regards to the tyre. So as previously we saw that the first flying lap was the most crucial, not so the case anymore. So get out there and time it perfectly, get a little bit of shade, and you find your times drop dramatically. Just as in real life, if you catch the shade at the right time, if you're out there on track when it gets overcast, when it gets cloudy, you find yourself in a much better stead than the guy out there with the blazing hot sun.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and that's just so cool to see, you know, what iRacing have done there. It's just amazing, really. From 2011, when I got involved, to now, it's just come such a long way, and, you know, we look forward to, you know, the progression in the future as well. You know, the new damage model that's coming out. I know that rain will come one day. You know, it's really just, the possibilities are endless, and that's what we love about sim racing. You know, it's it's becoming better and better every single day with technology. And whoa,
that's a big moment there for Marlon McMullen coming out of the second to last corner. I think he's going to practice a pit entrance here and does abort this lap, but starting a flying lap. We'll find someone else on a flying lap. Go to Jack Boyd in the GRM car, Glen Rogue Motorsports. Jack, we saw last week, he had a lot of pace at Balliol, just wasn't able to get it down in the race, but he surprised everyone with how his one lap pace was in qualifying, and then when he was up high in the field, he was surprising a lot of people with his racing and his skill.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's just looking through how close the gaps are between these drivers, and there is absolutely nothing in it. Obviously, it comes down a lot to the track, but look how close they all are. They're just, it's nothing in it at all. And I think if you get yourself a good tow, if you've got 3 cars in front, you get yourself a good tow, well, you could easily put yourself at the top of the grid here. And I think that that's where, you know, it's really going to play a big part in the overall result. You know, you've got a little bit more risk sitting back there. You know, if you've got first to fifth all in a row and they're all, you know, towing off each other, then you got a bit more risk of, especially coming up over the hill, of one of those cars in front of you, you know, slightly clipping the wall. But if it works out for you, you're definitely going to have a lot more fuel in that tank come pit stop time.
Saw that lap there of Boyd. He did improve his time, but was not able to improve his position. To go next to Kane Hewson in the New Zealand Sim Racing 20th position. He's less than a second away from the current pole sitter. That is how close this field is. Top 18 separated by under 7/10 of a second. Top 4 under a tenth. It's incredibly close considering how long this track is, nearly 6 kilometres in length. It is very, very close out there in quali.
Yeah, it's just so fast though, isn't it? Like, you think of, you know, how fast you're going through turn 1, and then you, after turn 1 all the way up, nearly basically half of the track, you're full throttle up through over the hill there and onto the back straight, and then that next turn, the big long sweeping right-hander, that is a very difficult corner to get right, and you know, passing opportunities galore there. And then into the next one as well, you've got into your left-hander, you've got plenty of passing. So it's yeah, such a cool track though. It's one place that I would love to go and visit myself.
Yeah, I'd love to go over there for the NASCAR race here. As we watch Glen Postlethwaite come across the line, he's not going to improve. He's about 2 seconds off the pace on that flying lap, which is a little surprising. Harley Haber's about to finish his flying lap. We'll see if he can improve. Current best of a 45.4. So his last flying lap, he was able to improve by a tenth. If he can do that again, he will jump up. I think he has improved his time, but I don't think he's going to improve his position. Does improve by about 100th of a second. Sam Blacklock got 2 corners to go, 3 corners to go, and we'll see if he can improve.
Yeah, if anyone can do it, Sam can do it. Very experienced driver, very good driver, kind of made his way on the scene very, very quickly. It's just so interesting to see him in something that's not white and red and black.
But he said too, it's his first time out there in a Ford, which is something he's struggling with too.
Oh, I bet it's it is a, you know, although they are.
Oh, it goes to pole.
There we go. Had the good toe. Thanks to Pursuit Sim Racing. See, they're running the yellow tonight.
Yes, you'll be happy about that.
I am.
Do love it when they run the yellow.
Yep, I do like that car. Certainly looks pretty good. So can Sam Blacklock improve on this lap though?
I think he'll probably bring it into the pit soon. I doubt that he'll get a second lap. We watch Cross Continental Motorsports and see what they can do. Currently in 10th position, top 10 under half a second, top 18 7/10 of a second, top 19 or a second, but the top 38 at 2 seconds. That's really, really close for such a quality field.
Oh, it is, yeah, and it just, I think, yeah, a lot comes down to the track, really. You know, if you run, we've got the Skip Barber here, you run a Formula car with no horsepower and it's all drafting, well, those races are pretty cool to watch, and these supercars, pretty much the same. It does play a big part in it, and I'm sure we're going to see of action unfolding tonight, Jay.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a really cool race tonight. Strategy is going to be such a big factor. Looking forward to seeing how the strategy side of things plays out. We look at the CMR Team Black car. That has actually aborted its lap, so we will not concentrate too much on that. We'll go to the second place Redback Racing Team car, the Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 04 car. This is Chris Robinson at the wheel. A little bit of a different look for these guys as well, with a very, very bright chrome tinge on it, and that doesn't really help. Chris Robinson is in the fence. We'll go back to the Zuva Racing car, Michael Cracknell. He is on a flying lap, current best of a 45.9. Doesn't need to find too much to gain a spot. If he can find, say, 2/10, he'll jump quite a few.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Good to see Zuva Racing. You know, they've been around for a while, but new livery looks, yeah, pretty fantastic, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. New look for those guys with a new logo for Zuva as well. Pretty cool looking car. The Zuva cars look really cool last season. Great to see them also increase their sponsorship this season to also be a part of this championship as well. We saw them sponsor V8 Scops last season, but jumping in to sponsor AOSC as well, the team at AOSC, which is great to see, and great to see new sponsors continuing their support and jumping on board. As I had a chat with the Flat Chat guys last night. The podcast will be out in a few days, and we were talking about the paints policy and the changes for that, and the implications that we could actually see a lot of new sponsors come out of it. So you just ask the question, you never know what you're going to find out.
You're exactly right, yes, and yeah, the paint policy has been a big project of ours, hasn't it, Jay? And you know, making sure that that's all in line, and yeah, the right step forward for the sim racing, so I feel anyway.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's a big change for people. It is a very big change from what we're used to, but a very, very necessary change for how big the future is for sim racing going forward. So don't hate us for it. It's not something that we've brought in just to be childish and want to make lives difficult for people. It's something that is very, very important to have on board. So big thank you to everyone who has jumped on board and helped us out along with it and supported us and understands why it needs to be in place. And
we're certainly trying to make the process
we're trying to make it as easy
possible
as we can, yeah.
for
It's
everybody.
We've spent a lot of money in the background though to make it work, though, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. Yes, you're exactly right, and it's yeah, it's good. I'd hate to think the amount of hours that we spend on it, but if you are a sim racer and you do jump on our broadcast where you need to, and you want your sponsors to be shown on the broadcast, you need to sign up to SimSpeed Member Zone, which you can find on our website at simspeed.tv/Member Zone, and sign up to there. You'll see the paint booth section. It's all pretty self-explanatory, really. You can figure it all out, and if you certainly have any questions about anything, then send us a message. We've got multiple options on getting in contact with us, Facebook, through the website, and yeah, it's certainly pretty easy. We are improving it all the time, and we have big plans for that in the future. So jump on, sign up, and be a part of the action. Yep,
very, very important that you get on and actually be a part of that as well, and getting your paints uploaded through our website, as well as your written permissions from all of your sponsors. It's very important to have that. If you are unsure as to why we need to do it, make sure you listen to the Flat Chat podcast during the week next week. It'll help explain a lot of things a lot better. So we just watch Harley Habe across the line. It looks like the track's gone away a little bit. Times have dropped by around about 6 or 7 tenths in the last little bit, but still 5 minutes of qualifying to go. We could see that change back once again as we just see Michael Taliancic abort his lap. We've got a few drivers that have decided to park it as well, so we'll see if that does affect a few of these teams. With 47 cars out on circuit now. Entire field separated by 3 seconds. I must say, have a look at that last placed car, the 46th placed car, Fonty. I think you'll love the name of that one. That's
wow.
done just for you.
Thanks. That's absolutely fantastic. Simon Mazzomo in that car at the moment. He's a big part of GT Leagues Australia and a big part of the team over at SimSpeed, which
He
we
and
love
Cameron
having.
Dance are racing together, and
I know. Wow. Oh, God,
throttle
that feels great.
control is something that Cam does love to talk about. Throttle.
Big throttle control, and he's raced go-karts. Yeah, grew up racing go-karts. It's all about throttle control, right? And especially in one of these V8 supercars. You can't have enough throttle control, and if it takes a bit to get used to. Trying to steer one of these around the track.
Just see Kyle Stokes coming up to finish his lap, but
Yes, I was
unfortunately just
gonna
put it in the
comment
fence.
on them. First of the Evolution Racing team cars, currently P11. He's teamed up with Jamie McKnight there in the 027 car. Jamie, big supporter of this series, big supporter of us, big supporter of sim racing in general, and we can't thank Jamie enough for being part of sim racing. And yeah, if you need a Mazda, go and talk to Jamie, because
Tell him we sent you.
yep, tell him we sent you. He might give you a discount. Might.
If you tell him I sent you, he'll double the price. But if you say Fonty sent you, he might look after you.
I wouldn't go that far, Jay, but either way, yes, West End Mazda, go check them out. They do a fantastic job, and yeah, I'm sure we will see Jamie have a good result tonight.
Yep.
We've seen him really get up there, and he's so committed to sim racing and absolutely loves it. So expect to see a good result. Kyle Stokes, I don't think I've seen him team up with Kyle. Have we seen him team up with Kyle before?
I don't believe so. Of course, Kyle was with Synergy Sim Racing last season. I do believe maybe they teamed up together towards the end of last year. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to be corrected in the chat, no doubt. I think they did team up together at the end of last season, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But Kyle Stokes was driving for Synergy Sim Racing at the start of last season, as we just see Adam Gardner have a massive slide through the toe. What's the toe or the boot as they come up to the heel? If you don't understand what we're talking about in regards to heel and toe and foot and boot, it is literally, looks like a boot, looks like a foot. Check out a track map and you'll understand exactly what we're talking about. So, all of our top drivers have jumped into the pits, they're all done. So it looks like for the front of the field, qualifying is run and done.
There we go, not long left at all. 119 laps. Yeah, that's seriously long.
So, across the line there, does Gardner no improvement? And I've been corrected, they did win the Majors Bathurst 1000 from memory.
There we go. I wasn't on that night, so I don't know.
I was, but I never remember. People ask me what was your favourite point in a race, and I don't even remember what's happened half the time. So don't message me for that.
Yes, exactly. No, it is quite difficult to remember. You commentate about what's happening right there and then, and you soon forget about it because there's so much other action that's happening.
Fozan Al-Nabi is on a flying lap. He's the only driver in our top 10 still out on circuit, but it looks like he's not pushing overly hard. He might be just backing off to try and have one last crack with only 1 minute left on the clock. Not long to go before we will get into the race as we run our second attempt at it. Through the final corner for what could be the last time depending on how this lap goes. And have a look at just what's happened too. He has improved.
One position, so.
And the clouds come in.
go.
So let's see if anyone can get out there and improve at the last possible
Hey,
moment.
Mike Korolev. Mike Korolev is making his way onto the track. That is absolutely fantastic to see. Mike is a big part of V8 Scops and Oceanic Sim Racing, which are actually, they're the longest standing organisation, league organisers in the whole of iRacing, Jay.
Yep, been around for forever. Literally forever, as I just see the other KRF car as Guy Leach gets it all sideways going through the S, and he will abort his lap. So the checker flag is out for this session, and I don't know if Chris Robinson got across the line in time. Jeez, I'm having a good job in talking tonight. Going to go to the Glen Rogue Motorsports number 34 entry, the 331 car of Ryan Johnston. We'll see if he can improve with all this cloud cover. It really does change how you tackle these last few moments of the qualifying session, because you can attack a little bit more. You find you got a little bit more grip than what you had the lap previous.
Yeah, well, I haven't been lucky enough to have a drive since the new update, the new patch of this season, so I wouldn't know myself, but yeah, so I've heard, and you can see all the data that's coming through of the track temp, and it's it really brings a whole new factor to iRacing.
Yeah, it does. It's very, very exciting going forward. There's no improvement there. We'll go to the 42 car, Mitchell Bales in the Middle Finger Racing number 42. Must say I do like these new Middle Finger Racing cars. They look really, really cool with the number on the side of the car, the NASCAR style number. Looks very, very slick, very, very fast.
Yeah, you can't beat that NASCAR style number.
Yeah, love the number on the door.
Seeing when the Volvo was racing in real supercars, when they rolled out the big 33 on the side of Scotty Mac's car, and pretty cool. Always loved it.
Does improve, does Mitchell Bales, but no positional change. And that might be all that we will get. There's one driver left to come across the line on his last firing lap. That is our last place driver, Simon Mazzomo, in the SimSpeed Throttle Control Motorsport. It's just going to be Throttle Control. We're not going to say it the way that they've spelled it, and it does not improve. So that is qualifying done. And our starting grid for the first Enduro of the year is as follows. As I just noticed, I've got an issue on the overlays. That's not correct with the round, but Luke Harvey and Sam Blacklock will start from pole. The Ace Tennis Racing with All-Star Motorsports 57 in second position. Third will be Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 21, Harley Haber at the wheel with Synergy Sim Racing. Jordan Ross in fourth position. Fifth, Trick Sim Sports. Sixth, All-Stars 248 car. Cross Continental Motorsport in seventh. Pursuit Sim Racing in eighth. Ninth goes to CMR Team Black in 10th. One Performance Racing V8.
Then we move back to Evolution Racing Team 027, Jamie McKnight, Kyle Stokes at the wheel there. Velocity Sim Racing in 12th. Redback Racing Team 04 in 13th. Suva Racing 14th. Evolution Racing Team number 26, Brenton O'Brien in 15th. GRM Enduro 1 in 16th. And Valkyrie Sim Racing 17th. SSF Penrite Racing 18th. KRF Motorsports 19th, and Gone Rogue Motorsport 20th.
Then we got New Zealand Sim Racing in 21st with Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 868 in 22nd. 23rd goes to Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 031 with Delta Force Racing 021 in 24th position. 25th to KRF MP Custom Motorsports with GRM 34. Gone Rogue Motorsports in 26th. Star Simforce Penrite Racing 035 in 27th with ZB Racing in 28th. Middle Finger Racing 66th on the 15th row alongside Lone Wolf Motorsports in 30th.
There we go. 31st we have Delta Force Racing CMR Team Blue in 32nd. Middle Finger 54 in 33. Middle Finger Racing 42 in 34. NZ Sim Racing 35. CMR Team Green 36, SSF Penrite Racing 094 in 37th, ASM 91 in 38th, June in 39th, and Valkyrie Sim Racing number 4 in 40th.
And then the last page of cars of our 47 car field Got SRF Penrite Racing 015, RRT Cedar 018, RRT Cedar 227, New Zealand Sim Racing 056, Tim Fultz Racing, Throttle Control Motorsport, and JJB Racing. Our full field for tonight, as we said, 109 laps of racing, and we are ready to go.
A little bit further down the grid than I'd like to with our logo on there, but you know, that's okay. Race is underway either way, and Ace Tennis Road. So pretty good start there. Everyone getting through all right. Turn 1 is a very interesting turn 1, but you've got plenty of runoff, and then we come up through the S's over the hill. Now this is where things start to get interesting. And to back it off, you're not going to win it in the first corner. Oh, very close there to the wall there for Kyle Stoke in that 027 car.
Jordan Ross is under a lot of pressure at the moment from Ross Rizzo, Joshua Anderson, side by side through the carousel. Is just ahead, Harley Haber looking up the inside of Luke Harvey. Already got past Dame Warren, and he will get the move done. It's a big slide for Luke Harvey.
There we go. So lost that position. Great start there.
Already hip and shoulder happening between Luke Harvey and Dame Warren too.
Oh, I know. I'm watching that now, and those guys going right at it. I'm keeping it reasonably clean though. I tell you what, this would have to be the first race that we've seen. Oh, we've got one of the cars a bit further down. Tim Fultz actually, he's run out down there at the back somewhere, so I won't be happy about that. But everyone else getting through pretty cleanly on lap 1, and we are already on our second lap. Nearly.
We are nearly 1 lap down, and already a shuffle of position. So we've just seen Harley Haber out in front. Start this lap. Our apologies with the white liveries. Just have to refresh some of the skins. We've got a few cars already in the pits too, but for the most part, the front of the field, it was a very, very clean start. It's a little bit of shuffling for position. CMR Team Black car, Craig Jones, he's sort of broken away from that group behind. But have a look at Matt Morris running a very, very different line. David Kidman trying to take advantage. He's going to get the run coming through the S's, but watch out for Kyle Stokes. He's going to have the best run of all.
Yep, here we go. 3 wide coming in to the right-hander. Such a difficult right-hander, and it's really hard to pull one of these things up, so he's not going to gain anything from that. I think that we will see like big gaps starting to form between groups, as you can already see it happening now. So, you know, as soon as you lose that guy in front of you, it's really hard once you get past him to catch that guy in front of you because of how much the draft comes into play around here.
And breaking the draft is just as crucial as trying to keep in the draft. You can see that front 7 is already broken away from the rest of the field. There's already been a break in that draft. And Craig Jones, the 8th car back, he's going to really struggle to come back up to that lead group because that front 7 will work together and pull away. They probably won't fight too much now that they've got through that first lap. They'll just try and just pull away from the rest of the field. But there are some shuffling in positions. We've just seen Tyson McAvoy change position with Jack Boyd through. And Brendan O'Brien as well, 16th position. Biggest mover in the field, unbelievably, is Throttle Control. They're up to 30th, plus 16 already.
Here we go, Cam Dance at the wheel. He generally likes to do that, doesn't he? Start sort of down the back, his way up the field.
Watch this on board with Josh Anderson. He's the 6th car back, tucked right underneath the rear wing of Ross Rizzo ahead. Watch the speed advantage that he will get down the back straight here. It will be huge. He'll close up right at the point of braking at the carousel.
There we
Interesting
go.
too.
Is he going to be close enough? No.
Oh, he's
going
going
to
to
get his nose chopped. Oh, he's going to have to back out there. So actually, I think that the wind direction is playing a big factor in that. It's not as dominant as what I thought it would be, the draft.
No, but one thing I've noticed too is watching in the practice session earlier is a lot of teams are running that they're on the limiter before the braking zone at the carousel, so they might be negating any advantage in how they can overtake at the carousel anyway. They're on the limiter. It makes it very, very hard to use that draft advantage because the car can't go any faster.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, well, it's going to be interesting to see. Are these guys going to start backing off? And it's really kind of save as much fuel as you can. It's all going to depend on the safety car, which can come out.
Oh, we got an accident back in the field. Just trying to.
Then cars dropped. Sean Thompson is involved in that one.
There's a few cars involved by the looks of things.
There's a redback car by the looks of it.
Yeah, Ian Bird, Christian Smart, and Sean Thompson. We'll get a LeBlanc replay up on screen for you. We'll try and pick up, dissect what has gone on, but there's also a few other positions changing. So side by side there, the 34 Christian Smart, I think he's just tried to come across, and a few other cars, unfortunately, innocent bystanders there. One of them being that car of. Oh, so we've got another car involved in an incident. We'll stay with the replay, but the ZB racing car is also involved in an accident out on circuit. We'll stay with our LeBlanc replay. There's no positional changes out on circuit at the moment, but it is getting very, very tight for the lead. Actually, Anderson has just gone through to take the position away from Ross Rizzo, but you see here contact between the Delta Force racing car and David Nedneck around at turn 1. So very, very common incident that we will see throughout the night tonight. That one there is Anderson and Rizzo continue to fight as we come back live.
There we go. There's people are throwing. Oh, we got another car off there. That looked like a tempo car track. I might be on the replay actually. Here we go. No, he's on the replay. So, yeah, I think that turn 1's a big one as well. You know, when you run off that and you're side by side with another car, and you know, it's so easy to just get the rear wheels lighting up on one of these things, and before you know it, all it takes is that little bit of contact. You see it all the time, and a little bit of side by side contact just unsettles the car, and then 9 times out of 10, it's pretty hard to catch when you're at pace.
Luke Harvey lets Jordan Ross through, so up to third now for Jordan Ross. Luke Harvey started on pole. He's already back into 4th position, but I don't think that'll matter too much. No, those guys will be pretty good in regards to fuel economy. How sideways with Harley Haber coming through the S's there. Tell you what, there's no fuel saving going on with those front two. They're broken away from the rest of these guys.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting really, because you don't really see, you do see 2 guys breaking away, but around this track and the supercar, I would have expected Jordan Ross to really hang on the back of those guys. So if
they fight like this, they might close back. Almost contact.
Yeah, well, door-to-door racing, we do love it. These guys should actually be working together though, and really just trying to, stretch their legs and open that gap right up.
Change for the lead. Dane Warren now leads this race from Harley Haber. Amazingly though, we've still got 114 and a half laps of racing to go, so still a long way to go in this fight, but I think this is going to go on for the entire 119 laps, the entire 650 kilometres of racing.
There we go, 650k around this track. It's as I was saying before, it's first time I've seen an endurance race around here. Have you seen an endurance race around here, Jay? In a supercar, I should say.
I don't believe I've seen one in a supercar. I know I've definitely seen one in other cars, Watkins, Glen 6 Hour and the like, but supercar, can't think of an endurance race. 250, I think, is the longest I've seen here, which we often do in V8 Scops. No, I don't believe I've seen an endurance race here. It'll be very, very cool to see how pit stops play out and how that does affect the way the racing does interact. Must say though, for the most part, the first few laps have been reasonably clean. I mean, we've seen 8 or 9 cars in the pits, but sometimes we'll see at this track, you see the track blocked on lap 1 with how bunched up the cars are. Getting through the S's is so tough, but I think most of the field have done a very, very good job.
Yeah, they certainly have. Yeah, getting through the S's is the hardest part of this track, I reckon. Everywhere else you've got pretty forgiving. You can make a mistake and generally get away with it. But yeah, through those S's, if you're following 2 cars in front of you and you're, the rubber that you've got underneath you slightly changes and wears out that little bit too much, well, you can generally find the front not holding on the same. And
contact between Luke Harvey and Josh Anderson.
Rizzo.
Rizzo's going to take the spot that Anderson threw Rizzo through, and Luke Harvey now back into 6, and he's going to come under pressure here from Jason Bentz. Luke Harvey looks a little bit rattled here. I mean, the pace that Sam Blacklock had in qualifying was really, really strong. But Harvey just doesn't look like he's as comfortable in the car as what we saw in qualifying from Sam Blacklock.
Yeah, we haven't seen Luke in the supercar that much recently. So, yeah, potentially, he may get into the swing of things, or just maybe they're driving to a number.
Yep.
I would think that they'll be right there, but I tell you what, those front two certainly going right at it. And Jason Bentz, he is, we normally don't see him right there in this sort of position. And with having so much of a draft around here, you will really see a mix-up in the results, I feel.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're going to see a real mixed-up field by the end of this one. I think attrition's going to be huge as well. It's a track that, as you said, is really unforgiving through the S, and it's a really easy spot to get wrong as well. You can overcook the car, or the car can just get away from you so easily up through the S's. So we could see a lot of incidents there throughout the race. As we get later on into the stint, as we just see Bentz get through on Luke Harvey. So back to 7th now for Luke Harvey. He has to really work hard to stay on the back of this train.
Yeah, so I tell you what though, I'm just looking back at Cam Dance from P last to P22 in the matter of 7 laps. Those guys are on a charge. Their time, they're right up there. They're doing a pretty good job.
Don't talk up too much. They'll ruin it on you.
Oh no, Cam's got pretty. And saying that, that was pretty bad by me. Just a little bit of contact there was Cam. He did have his nose up there.
Just see Jack Boyd taking to the grass as Michael Cracknell threw on Craig Jones. But Boyd had to take to the grass to avoid Jones as he come back across the circuit. So Jack Boyd trying to make moves.
Oh, Cam's doing the right thing, slowing up. That's yep, we would expect that from Cam. He's a gentleman driver. Good spirit, good commentator here at SimSpeed as well. So those guys can come back. It's only 7 laps out of 119, so anything can happen. But
and
looking
probably will.
Further up the grid though, I'll tell you what, Joshua Anderson doing a fantastic job. There is a bit of a gap between himself and Jordan Ross, but this is a long race. We will see a safety car, and those guys will certainly get back into the mix. Josh obviously races in real life in the Aussie Race Car Series and does a pretty good job there, and certainly no slouch in sim racing.
100% won the Porsche Super Cup that we had last year, and he's trying to get the pro license as well in the Porsche, along with a few other Aussie and Kiwi drivers. The $100,000 Porsche World Championship broadcast here on the RSing Esports Network later in the year. It's going to be a really, really cool season. $100,000 in prize money too is a pretty big carrot to get in there and put in some big laps and do some big efforts.
Joe, you reckon I got a chance at making it on that one, mate?
Nope.
No? Oh, okay. Well, dreams are free, I guess. Yes, but you're certainly right, mate. It's pretty cool to, to see that really happening and see Porsche invest money in it, and iRacing invest, their money into the series, and it's coming up a long way. I look forward to seeing how the NASCAR series goes as well. The Peak NASCAR series. Yep,
big announcements from that overnight too, with a lot of real world teams getting involved in the Peak Antifreeze NASCAR iRacing World Championship. The Joe Gibbs Racing and JR Motorsports both entering teams, as well as Richmond Raceway Esports, Williams Esports as well, also getting involved. So some really big names in world motorsport that are going to branch out, or have already branched out into esports, that are going to be participating in the Peak NASCAR, Peak Antifreeze NASCAR World Championship next season. It's going to be really, really cool. That will be Tuesday nights in the States, Wednesdays here in Australia and New Zealand, here on the iRacing Esports Network. It's going to be a really, really cool season with a whole heap of new teams and a whole heap of new drivers as well. It's going to be awesome to watch.
Yep, you're exactly right. It is pretty cool to see, and we certainly hope that it follows down here. I'm sure
We were
it will
talking
in
about that
time.
earlier, weren't we?
We were talking about that earlier, and it's going to be the right step forward, and yeah, we know it will happen one day. So yeah, we do have our own series though. That's our big series. V8 Scops, starting basically in a month from now.
Yep, not too far away. Registration will open for that very, very soon as we are on board with Peter Sadler and the CMR Team Blue. It's a little bit of contact with Jeff Giacchi coming through turn 1, and it's compromised his run. He's got to watch out, because have a look at all of these cars in the background. We've got throttle control car, we've got another CMR car trying to take advantage. 3 wide into the carousel.
Yeah, there we go. The carousel is such a cool corner when you get it right, but you need to stay off the throttle, stay off, and really be easy in one of these things. Great to see a whole bunch of new liveries out there as well for this year. We always do see it, but cool to see new sponsors and new designs. You kind of get used to the same sorts of ones over the year, and when the new year rolls around, everyone's got something new that they want to put out there.
Do love the new looks every year. It's always cool. Always cool to see some new looks, new skins.
Just sign up to Member Zone and put them forward for them to
make
be
sure we
on
can see
the
them.
broadcast. Exactly. That's exactly right.
It's 2 that are still the same from last season, but one of them's had a little bit of bling as we're on board with Mark Samuel as he tries to hunt down David Kidman. Both in the top 15. These are 2 cars that you'll probably see work their way forward into the top 10 later on in the race. Both very, very good in regards to keeping their car out of trouble, playing smart strategies, keeping the car clean. So don't be surprised to see these 2 cars working forward throughout this race.
Well, that teamwork, working forward and keeping yourself out of trouble is the big one, really, isn't it? If you stay out of trouble, keep your car straight, well, you don't necessarily have to be the fastest out there. Just, yeah, you can, as long as you're reasonably quick and, stay out of trouble, you'll generally find yourself right at the pointy end come the end of the race.
Yep, it's all about keeping it clean, especially in these really long races. You can see the little bit of a new look. There's a big lock up there for Mark Samuel. A new look to the LeBlanc car there with a little bit of bling. It's a little bit of a chrome look to it, or a little bit of a metallic look to it. It's very, very bright on the sides. I quite like it. I think it's very, very cool.
Oh, you got to have bling. Bling's fast, isn't it?
Well,
You've got bling.
If you're not fast, you at least look fast with you got some bling on.
Exactly. That's the main thing. You just don't have to be fast, but
Mark will love that we've got him on camera talking about looking fast too. I'll get expect a message about that in the next few hours. But he's applying a lot of pressure here to David Kidman, and Kidman's been one of those drivers that's really come a long way. The end of last season, he was improved out of sight since he joined the Pursuit Sim Racing team. Was formerly at Middle Finger Racing, and just something's clicked with him as soon as he joined Pursuit as his contact.
Oh, Michael Slop there, yep.
Yep, but have a look at Guy Leach taking advantage.
Gap open to Guy Leach, so yes,
Leach
but getting
through.
back to Mark, yeah, fantastic guy. Is a big part of this series as well for the administration side of things, and has really done wonders with Redback Racing Team, and just really has his head screwed on when it comes to what his program is over there. So good to see him out on track as well. He's the team manager and likes to get out there and do some racing. Same sort of story actually goes for Brenton O'Brien as well out there, having a crack. Good to see them out there tonight. As Mark has a second attempt at getting past.
Can he get it done this time? I don't know if he can.
He's not going to have the inside line for the next turn, but if he can stay there, then he is for the one after. But he's not going to stay there, so yeah, difficult. He's just wearing out his rubber. He's going to look, trying to put the car off. And that's what it's all about, really, isn't it? You've got to get in the headspace of the guy in front of you, and if you're filling his mirrors, well, it isn't easy for that guy in front to keep his composure and his concentration.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just getting yourself in the right space at the right time, and not necessarily, I mean, if you don't necessarily have the pace to pass, this sort of track does mean that you can hang with guys that are noticeably quicker than you, as we saw in qualifying. But we have seen a couple of other passes on this lap as well, which we have missed, unfortunately. But Michael Cracknell has got through on Kyle Stokes, and Jack Boyd, his pace is looking really good, because not that long ago, he was coming past or trying to get past a couple other cars. So Boyd, his pace, again, as we saw last week, looking really good. And this is a really intense 3-car battle right now.
Yeah, certainly is. There's lots of small battles. We've got another battle there for 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30th in the mix. So, as we're seeing a move thrown there into turn 1. Got the lane by the looks of it.
Jeff
We're going to go side by side here. Oh, Troy.
Jack Boyd side by side with Kyle Stokes. Now, a bit of damage to Stokes' car too, but yeah, as you said, we're just seeing two, Jeff Gauci, Troy Maguire, Jono Freeman, Ryan Johnson, and Daniel Stevens, Chris Barnes, all getting involved in a big battle too. So, heaps of battles going on at the moment.
Oh yeah, certainly love it. When you've got battles around this track, it's very exciting, because one mistake and a little bit of contact between the drivers, well, generally see plenty of action unfold.
Did you see Troy Maguire through on Jono Freeman, and Freeman running very wide, almost into the fence. Here comes Jeff Gauci trying to go around the outside, not able to do so. Going to go back to Kinman and Samuel, because they're side by side coming up. What's that? The ankle. Through the ankle of the boot. Samuel through finally. Took him 2.5 laps, but he got there.
Yep, certainly did. And you know what? It's great, really. You know, you can just sign up on a Friday night and come and have a crack. It's really cool. You know, it's not as serious as what the other series that we have. Monday night is pretty serious, and this kind of gives an opportunity for people to kind of step up into V8 Scots, which is really kind of the goal for anyone who runs supercars in this end of the world.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a casual series, and some pretty cool features as well. I love the safety car, the random safety car. I think adds a really cool element to the series as well. So do love when we get our random safety car, which we will have
we've
at
got
some point.
Kane Houston in the wall. P17 just coming up through the S. The wall, the S's have bitten.
Yeah, look at the
May have
damage
got
on that
away
car.
with it.
Like, get a LeBlanc instant replay. Big thank you to LeBlanc once again for their support, as well as West End Mazda, Sam Blacklock Media, and Knight Rider Designs for their support of this series. LeBlanc jumping on board last season as naming right sponsor, and there you can see, Houston got both walls. That's going to really hurt that car, and the balance will be all out of whack. And looking at the live timing, he's dropped 2.5 seconds behind that group that he was battling with. They're going to go back to Jack Boyd, because have a look at him trying to get up the inside of Michael Cracknell.
There we go. Battle's on. This is a great little battle there.
I say it is weird seeing Cracknell in a car that is not 005.
Isn't it just? Yes, it's very strange to see. He was running by himself for a while previously at Evolution Racing Team. He stepped away, did his own thing, and great to see him out there on track.
Pit stops underway. Jason Bent's in the pits. 14 laps into this race. So he's come in from 6th position, which I'm a little surprised about. Very, very early for a pit stop at this stage, but then again, reverse engineer the race. It may not be a bad ploy.
Yeah, well, you've got to really mix it up, don't you? You really can't tell what's going to, what's the secret recipe, and you don't know that until the last few, really the last few laps.
Will we see Boyd or even Stokes get a move done here into the carousel? I don't think they're quite close enough. No, not quite. But Stokes looks really strong at the back straight. As you just see Cracknell's run really wide. And he's going to open the door here for Boyd to possibly come around the outside. If you can over-under, you might be able to get the momentum coming into the very, very cambered toe.
Yeah, such a unique track, this really, isn't it? It's kind of, you look at it, it's very kind of similar in such a way to Spa, where it's just so fast and flowing, and you know, you're not really hard on the brakes and pulling the car up. You kind of, it's always flowing.
One other factor too that we haven't mentioned at this stage is incident limits and incident points. There is a hard disqualification at 100 incident points, but 35 and 70 both result in a 30-second stop and hold penalty, which means you can do a driver swap and a pit stop at the same time, but you will have to stop for an extra 30 seconds. Incident points are when you run off the circuit. Now, it is very, very easy to get 1x incident points at this circuit, especially running wide through turn 1, the final corner. Usually get them through the bus stop chicane, but it's not as dangerous as we've seen with the bus stop being included, but it's still a huge factor in this race, and we could even see someone reach that hard limit. So I've noticed a couple of cars are already very, very close to the 20 mark. We're not even at 100 laps to go.
No, I know, there you go. But looking right up the front, I'll tell you who has closed the gap right up. Jordan Ross closed the gap tremendously on Harley Haber, under a second separating those guys. So last time I looked at them, there was about 2.5 seconds. And now there's nothing in it. So,
well, Jordan Ross is the fastest car out on track. Last lap by was a 146.7, Haber 147.1, Dan Warren a 146.8. So definitely a big pace advantage for Jordan Ross at the moment. As for some reason the overlays have stopped. Not sure as to why that is. My apologies.
there we go. A few little technical dramas.
Issues.
That's okay. It's been a long week. You know, it needs to break on Friday night. It needs to be rebooted.
Something's gone amiss here. My apologies.
Here we go.
I'll fix that while Fonty
That's
talks for a
okay.
second.
Yeah, of course. We're I tell you what, this is a fantastic race. As I was saying at the start of the broadcast, my first ever official Supercar Series race where I made it to top split was at this race, and incredibly nervous around here because I didn't finish any good. I think I actually ended up stacking it in the wall. I think you put it in the wall. I did. I think so. Wouldn't think of anything else.
Well, you've had a few interesting moments at this circuit as well in the V8 Supercar. Thinking back over time, it's been a track that you've had some interesting events.
Actually. Yeah, I do love Watkins Ben.
Yeah, I do too.
I do love the V8 Supercar. It's absolutely fantastic. I certainly hope that we get an upgraded scan at some stage.
Of course, there's been a fair few changes to the circuit over the last little while as well. So, apologies, the screen will just disappear for a second while I fix these overlays, and we'll be back. We'll still have us talking for a couple of moments.
Go. Throttle Control Motorsport Cam Dance. He's moved up to P22 at the moment. I think that the force to be reckoned with gotta be Jordan Ross in this one. Although he doesn't have the fastest outright lap time overall, he is consistently the fastest at the moment, and he is caught right up, half a second separating Jordan Ross, Harley Haber. So pretty impressed at Harley Haber's efforts early on in the race. He has done a pretty good job. There is a long bit of the race to go, so anything can happen.
My apologies for this issue. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm just trying to get things sorted. Always good fun when we have tech issues.
Oh, it wouldn't be life without issues, would it?
Always good fun when you have tech issues. My apologies. For some reason.
That's okay. In the real life motorsport, people, teams and drivers and things have issues with, their own departments, their cars, with all that sort of stuff. We've got virtual stuff to deal with, so everything goes astray every now and then, doesn't it?
does. It's a strange issue I've got too, so I'm just trying to sort it out. My apologies.
So, one car which is doing a fantastic job, however, is the GRM Enduro 1 car.
Yep, 100%.
And that's Jack Boyd. They're, yeah, I haven't really heard the name too much. Reasonably new to it, from what I understand, and yeah, doing a fantastic job there in P8. So reasonably quick too. Their fastest lap time is, yeah, not far off the pace at all. Good to see all of these drivers. Another driver out there, Michael Hammond as well. He's been around for a few years. Back there in 35th position in the Cross Continental Motorsports car. We've
Yeah,
got
of course, remember they have
oh,
pitted.
we've
Got a car around.
Adam Gardner.
Yeah.
He's, oh, this is going to be close. Wow, that was could have ended in tears. So I don't know if we can go back and have a look at that, but
We might be able to have a look now. We're back.
There we go.
We're back.
We're
My
back.
apologies again.
That's okay.
Strange issue I just had there where the overlays disappeared behind another screen, and it just went a little haywire. It looks like there might have been a bit of contact here between the 37 car. Whoa, that's a heavy impact for Gardner, and I would dare say he will be in the pits to get some damage fixed. But, Tyson McAvoy, I think, was the other car involved there.
Yeah, big hit there. So yeah, that corner we've seen a few incidents on now. They really, you know, that car on the outside can just carry the momentum a bit faster through there, and if they've got nowhere to go, you can easily tag that person in front of you.
Look at Jordan Ross and how close he is, right on the tail now of Harley Haber. Last up by another 0.3 of a second quicker. Haber, I'm guessing Haber's burnt the tyres up trying to push and go away too early. That's my thinking around what's going on
well,
right
we
now.
saw him push on pretty hard, didn't we? Yeah, Dane is a very experienced driver and knows what he's doing, and yeah, Dane is, we've seen him get right up there in V8 Supercar, right, or V8 Scops. So Harley doesn't quite have the sim experience of what Dane does. But I'm sure, you know, we've got a long bit of the race to go. We are going to see a safety car at some point. Anything can happen, and it will happen. It always does happen.
We always see strange things in this series. Always see something from left field. It's never as easy as you would expect in this series. So always a bizarre ending, or a car coming from nowhere, or a car running a totally different strategy that just comes through and does something special and amazing that surprises us. At the same time, we should never be surprised by it, because it happens every single time. We think back to Imola last season, where All-Star Motorsports had it won but ran out of fuel when we had to go an extra lap with the time certain finish. We thought it might have ended, but it didn't, and Trick Sim Sports come through and won that. Trick also really smart strategy in the second Enduro last year, and then we saw all sorts of bizarre things at the end of the season at Bathurst as well. So I'm sure that come lap 100 we're going to be saying the exact same thing as we're saying now.
Well, you're exactly right in talking about Trick Sim Sports. I think that is already their game plan. Look, they're sitting there behind that All-Star Motorsports car. They know that there will be a random safety car. I'm just riding on board with Rizzo now, and you can almost guarantee that he will just be, you know, changing gear those few hundred revs earlier and, you know, lifting off. And yes, so there we go. He is seriously saving. Ross Rizzo will be in contention come that last pit stop time. Those boys know what they're doing. Do not count them out.
Yeah, 100%. The one thing that they'll be trying to do is just stretch it out one extra lap. If you can get one extra lap out of a stint of fuel now, that's a big advantage for you for whenever that safety car comes. As we see, Craig Jones is in the wall, coming back onto the circuit proper. That is heavy impact in the wall. Front of that car is destroyed. Let's see if we can pick up a replay. Actually, it was coming through the ankle. See what's happened here to the CMR team car. 333, a new number for the CMR team car. Normally see Craig Jones in a 111, but 333, not the number we expected. It looks like it may have been some sort of technical issue there for Jones, and it's just put him in the fence. So Unfortunate to see, he brings it into the pits. Unscheduled pit stop, but they do have a spare car available to them, so they will use that, get themselves back out on track. Rizzo closing back up to Josh Anderson. And have a look at Jordan Ross. He is on the attack now. He saved his tyres, he saved a bit of fuel, and he's on the attack trying to get second position from Harley Haber.
Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, I think if you're Jordan Ross, you've really got to kind of just hang in there. I think if he feels that he's a lot faster than Harley, then you got to make the move and do it. But
here it is.
Here we go. So he's doing it. He's making the move.
Oh, good move from Haber. He's going to try and come back. Cut it back, not quite close enough. Did get a very, very good run, but not able to take advantage. Jordan Ross does get it finally done. But one thing that has done, has broken a huge gap between these two cars and Dane Warren. It is now 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, so Dane Warren, as I was saying before, he's very, very good, very, very fast. Yeah, I reckon we're going to see this race really go between probably Trick Sim Sports, All-Star Motorsports 57, Synergy Sim Racing 1, and potentially the other All-Star Motorsports car with Josh Anderson at the wheel.
Can't count out the Zuva Racing or the Ace Tennis entry either, as we just see Matt Morris in the Velocity Motorsports racing car in the pits. We're also seeing the car of Michael Cracknell coming into the pits as well. So we're looking at 20 laps to tank. That sort of makes a little bit of sense because you break up the strategy, 5 pit stops, 20 laps each. That gets you home. So safety cars will play a factor into when these guys will actually make their stops. Rizzo closing up, and you can see how early he's on the brakes because that gap just extends so quickly coming into the carousel.
Yeah, it certainly does. Very difficult out of the track, and yeah, if your tyres are worn out, well, it makes it that much harder, doesn't it? So yeah, I don't think doing I don't think pit stops as in undercutting the person in front of you is going to make a huge difference here. So
I actually think the overcut might be a big factor,
yeah,
depending on the cloud cover, your track position, the cloud cover, and the track condition at the point that you pit. Because we just see Michael Hammond is the lead car out of our pitters, so he pitted 7 laps ago. So Hammond back out now in 27th position, a little way back. So field has spread a little bit. The only real battle at the moment, we've got Troy Maguire and Cameron Dance going out at the CMR Team Green and Throttle Control. What a ridiculous name, but you wouldn't expect any different from those two bozos in that car.
Oh, there you go. Yes, no, they're out there having a bit of fun on Friday night, which is what this is all about, but it gets very serious at the same time, and you want to go out there and win, don't you? So
you never race to lose, do you?
No, well, that's very true.
Well, I mean, I used to because I'd never win, but
hey, you once, mate, Oh no, you've actually won a couple.
Yeah, I've won a few races in my time. Been a little while since I've had a win, but I've won my share.
Been a little while since you've turned a lap, mate.
Well, yeah, I was talking the other day. It's been 8 months since I've actually turned a lap in any car, other than when we went to Sydney for VSR Showdown. So we're seeing David Kidman in the pits, so Pursuit Sim Racing in for their stop. There's got driver swap in the Velocity, the Zuva car, also in the KRF car, the driver swap also in the CMR Team Black car, which Craig Jones has got out of the car. And just one thing that I always say, you can't lose a race. I've never lose a race anymore because I never do. So you can't lose a race if you don't race.
Oh, that's exactly right. It's nearly 1 year since I actually was on the sim myself. Left London nearly 1 year ago.
That's
February 1st
quick.
to be exact. It has gone super, super quick. And I will be back there next month. So maybe I'll get my wheel out at some point then. Maybe not. We'll see how we go.
We're going to see a whole heap of cars come into the pits in the next 2 or 3 laps. Warren continues, Jordan Ross continues, Haber continues. Will we see Anderson and Rizzo come into the pits? Luke Harvey's dropped a fair way off now as well. Now that the other cars around have come into the pits. It's lost about 3.5 seconds, losing probably 4 or 5 tenths a lap. It'd be big effort for those guys to come back. We're seeing a few cars go a lap down as well with their pit stops being made. Jack Boyd, Kyle Stokes have come in out of that battle pack that we were watching before. So Michael Cracknell pit the lap previous. We'll keep an eye on Brett Loxton and see where he comes out. This will tell us how much the overcut does help at this point, the one lap overcut where Loxton comes out in relation to Damien Johnston, who's jumped into the GRM Enduro car, and Kyle Stokes still sitting in the Evolution Racing Team car. Jamie McKnight has just got into that one, so that'll be a cool battle to watch when those three cars all come out together.
Jamie McKnight in the car now, 027. They were in P9, or P10 I should say, when they came into the pits. Kyle did a pretty good job there. Slight little bit of damage on that left front. I don't think it was too bad that they would have had to repair it. They'll still have a spare car to go out there just in case something happens.
Big advantage for Loxton. Have a look at the gap he's got. What's that? 5 seconds or so. One lap,
Yeah.
5 second
Wow.
advantage, or 2 laps, I should say, 5 second advantage. Huge undercut at the moment, but as we were sort of talking about before, where will that advantage pay off down the track? We're seeing how much Harley Haber's struggling now with the worn tyres. The undercut might pay off for short term, but I don't know how it's going to go long term.
No, you're exactly right. Talking about Haber, he has dropped off the pace a lot.
Look at how slidey that car is too.
I know, yeah. So he's literally 1.1 seconds slower than the guys in front of him. So, wow. Super close. Wow, coming up over the hill there. That's difficult when you got no rubber to hold underneath. Yeah, well, you got to take a cautious side.
Luke Harvey's come in.
There we go. Luke Harvey's come in. Ross Rizzo doing a fantastic job there, sitting behind, saving fuel. That's the name of the game. Harvey in, Black Clock. Harvey out, Black Clock in, I should say.
Nathan Tregarthen in the SSF 035 car has also driven into the pits. We're going to see pretty much everyone do driver swaps at this point of the race. Highly unlikely we'll see too many continue on for an extra stint at this stage. We might see some drivers do double stints at the end of the race, but at the start I think most are going to get their 3 driver swaps out of the way and then let the A driver continue on for the rest of the race. Drivers that are a bit more evenly matched in pace will probably take driver swap at every stop. Of course, driver swap does take 30 seconds, so as long as you need 30 seconds of fuel, you can do a driver swap and not have any issues. It's a whole new aspect to how it all works this season, isn't it? With the laps being as they are, of course, 2/3 race distance is the maximum. You can do it in any way you like, whereas last season it was pretty much change driver at every pit stop. Now you can really play a big strategy game as Dame Warren is in the pits.
There we go, Dame Warren in the pit lane. You will see everyone else who is still out there respond now, won't you, Jay?
Yep.
He'll be in. It's pretty close to, you'd be running out of fuel anyway. We're on lap 25, so Dane staying in the car. No, Dane out of the car.
Yep, David Sanford in. Jordan Ross now leads this race. Now back to the battle here between Tyson McAvoy, Troy Maguire. It's very, very close between the OPR car and the CMR team green car. McAvoy teaming up with the driver of Wayne-Berg. Had to think about that there for a second. I knew who it was, I just couldn't get my brain to work. But McMillan and Sanford both into the All-Star Motorsports car, so not many drivers that have actually stayed out and double stinting here. Pretty much the entire field has done a driver swap that has pitted so far. Just got McMillan coming out just ahead of Simon Villa. Fairly big gap between McMillan and Blacklock. Blacklock may have got maybe 1.5 seconds advantage, but not as much as we may have thought he would get. considering we saw that huge undercut for Brett Loxton. You can see Loxton in the background there, so Loxton has got a huge advantage in this pace at the moment. As just seeing side by side between two lap down cars. I've got the Valkyrie sim racing car there, just letting a few guys through. They are one lap down, and got our race leaders in. Jordan Ross in, Harley Haber in, but have a guess who stayed out, Fonty? Ross Rizzo, Trick Sim Sports.
There we go. So he's trying to get that extra lap. So I'm going to jump on board and see if he is pressing on here. Yes, he is.
This is a crucial lap for Rizzo here.
Yeah, this is the crucial lap. Last lap was a pretty good lap time, really. Yeah, not bad at all.
Brett Loxton is the fastest car out on track at the moment, though.
Yeah, you say that though, you know, Brett needs to be careful and just look after those tyres. We saw how much Harley dropped off in those last few laps, really a second slower. So you can tell that Ross Rizzo has looked after his tyres, because that pace that he's got out of that car is pretty consistent, and we will see him come in this lap though. We've got to see him come in this lap. If he does another one, then...
that's a huge advantage if he can do another one.
If he can, then yeah, well, I certainly don't doubt them in the fact that they definitely could do it. And well, we've only got a couple of corners and we'll be able to tell. Very smooth on the throttle.
Car either blow up or hit the wall in the background. Just trying to see if we can work out who that was.
Gavin Cock? No, he's in the pit lane.
Oh, Rizzo's going for another lap.
Oh, there we go. Look at that, son.
Wondering if it was actually a car that's parked in the pits that may have had that engine explode. Not too sure, but we'll find out at some point. We'll notice someone dropping off the timesheets at some point, but I cannot see anything at this present stage. Oh, yes, I can. It's the 57 car.
Oh,
David
no.
Sanford, his first flying lap.
Oh, tell you what, that's pressure. The pressure of racing with someone like Dame Warren, and he's just, I don't know what's happening here. We're gonna have to.
Who just downshift too much? Downshifted too much coming into the carousel, and she's gone kaboom. Does happen here. It's very, very easy for that to happen. So going to a battle on track. Redback Racing Team, LeBlanc number 21, and Michael Hammond in the Cross Continental Motorsports number 100. Both of these cars have made their pit stops. Hammond around about 15 or so laps ago. 13 laps ago, and Jacob Knight's only just come out of the pits.
Yeah, wow, so action aplenty here at Watkins. It's, I tell you what, David will be seriously frustrated.
Definitely. He's really come on leaps and bounds since he's jumped on with the All-Star Motorsports crew, and you can see that the amount of faith they have in him, I guess you could say, by teaming him with Dane for the series. It's, one of the championship contending teams, so heartbreaking for those guys at the start of this season. Of course, they will have a safety car to come out at some point, as we're just noticing Ross Rizzo has finally come into the pits from the lead of the race. 26 laps done. Sorry, 27 laps done. He's in the lane. That's a 4-lap advantage from some drivers that he's competing with.
There you go. Another person who's in the car who is super fast, Wayne Burke. He is out there and he is on track. And, whoa, big moment there coming up over the hill, however. Yeah, not used to seeing him in these colours.
Yep.
Just recently moved from Synergy Sim Racing, and yeah, fantastic driver.
Yep, he'll be probably struggling a little bit being this far back in the field. He's used to being up top 5, top 3, even in the leader races, dropping back in 26th position at the moment. He'll take a little bit of getting used to it. It's a real interesting mind game to play when you find yourself this far back. They're just noticing Tricker dropping a long way down the timing sheets, but of course they are taking on a little bit more fuel that longer stop, and the drivers around them will obviously have fresher tyres as well. So leader of the race now, Synergy Sim Racing. 21 car of Jacob Knight, the Redback Racing Team of Block car in second, and third is Michael Hammond, Cross Continental Motorsports. Of course, they are out of sequence in regards to pit strategy. The field is pretty much cleansed. Everyone has made their first pit stop, so albeit some drivers are at totally different lengths in regards to stints at the moment, but everyone has made their first stop. Battle on track, Michael Taliancic, Jamie McKnight going at it for a top 10 position.
Yep, there we go. This is going to be, wow, an interesting race now. You really can't pick who could take the race. You've got Forza Nabi now. He was 5th before everyone did the pit stop. He was sitting in around about 5th or 6th. So he has lost a bit of time going those laps, but that will certainly help him in the end game, I feel.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're looking to the end of the race, not looking at the end of the stint. So they always play a really interesting game. So it's going to be a very, very interesting race. Of course, we still have safety cars to come too, which is going to make it really interesting and really spicy as well. So, but great to see a real mixed up field from what we saw in qualifying too. Biggest mover in the field at the moment is the car in 15th position. Redback Racing Team Cedar entry, 227 car, Simon Villa. They're up 28 positions. Started in 43rd, now in 15th. That is a really good job from those guys. They've only just come out of the pits as well, so they're looking good.
There's a battle for you to look at there, Jay. We've got P10, P11, P12. Jamie McKnight, Michael Taliancic, Marlon McMullen going at it here, and Jamie under some serious pressure.
Jamie loves a battle though, so he won't mind.
Oh, he does. Yes, you're exactly right. He certainly does, and he's a very clean driver, respectful driver out there on track as well. So, you know, when these guys race with each other all the time, you kind of get an understanding of, you know, what you can kind of get away with one person and not the other, and who's a good driver and who's not such a good driver. So I'm sure we're going to see great battles between these guys coming up, as we are seeing Michael Taliancic looking up the inside. Oh, McKnight's going to cover.
I think McKnight covered there because he was worried about how quickly they were closing up on Ben Collard in the Velocity Motorsports car.
I think you're right.
Now it's a 4-car battle for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. A fairly big gap behind and a fairly big gap ahead, so these guys are going to battle it out for a little while. Up the inside comes McKnight, and now Collard just gets out of the way. He knows that he doesn't have the pace of these guys, and away goes McKnight, away will go Taliancic, and away will go Marlon McMullen.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when you're in that position of, you know, for example, Jamie McKnight, and you are catching a lap car, you are hoping that that is going to work out in your favour, that they're going to get out, you know, out of the way for you, but slow that person behind you up who wants that position from you. So, you know, you can make a mistake easily and collect yourself with a lap driver when you're under pressure from someone from behind.
Tell you what, Marlon McMullen is well and truly on a charge because he was so crossed up under brakes coming through the hill. He had it all sorts of sideways. I thought he was going to put it into the wall, but did a great job to hold on. Just again, you see the car really unsettled. Marlon McMullen does not look comfortable at the moment. So here comes Taliancic side by side through the S's. Talk about not working. Ooh. This doesn't work.
Oh, that's, I tell you what, this is dangerous. Oh, what we've got through. This is the, oh, we're going to see 3 wide here. This is going to be the next question. Oh, this can, Jamie's under pressure, so he's going to have to renege though. Wow, I tell you what, Marlon. Oh, Jamie's running wide. Big moment there, big slide. He's going to have to regain himself, which he has managed to do. But Marlon just went from 0 to hero in one corner, and Jamie is lost out there. But Michael Taliancic going to be happy about that pass.
Definitely not. McKnight and Taliancic will continue on here. I wouldn't be surprised to see McMullen just blast away from these two, but In saying that, McMullen's tyres I think might be gone as well, as he is pushing very, very hard. But you would expect McMullen to pull away based on his skill that we've seen in the past. Taliancic and McKnight, this is going to be a cool little battle here.
Yep, you're certainly right. I think that, I think we will see Marlon potentially pull away from these guys, but he's got a little bit of room to find up the road.
Oh, another move. Forzen Alnabi through up the inside of Thomas McMillan into turn 1. Absolutely no fight there as well, so McMillan just realised that Alnabi was a bit quicker, tuck in behind, and he will push on. Forzen now in 5th, McMillan in 6th. Loxton's in 7th too, so you can't discount that car. It's only 1.8 seconds behind it. It's one of the fastest cars on track. Fastest car on track though is Wayne Burke, now up to 21st position, the only driver on track doing 1 minute 46 lap times.
Yep, Wayne, he is fast. He, super fast. He's got to, play the tyre game and the fuel game to his advantage, and really have someone there. If you can think about what the end game is, what you're trying to achieve at the end of the race, and drive at the same time, then you're very talented. But certainly having a team manager there will certainly be able to help that situation. So he is very fast though, and will we see him there at the end of the day? Well,
seen Sam Blacklock through on Michael Hammond as well, so another pass happening out on track. The passes other than this battle have all been fairly clean. This battle pack that we've been watching, it's been really, really cool between McMullen, Taliancic and McKnight.
Yes, and if you are watching and want to keep up with all the action, we do have live timing available. Go to simspeed.tv/live timing. You'll see all of the different series that we broadcast here. This series happens to be on the top left hand corner, so click on there and you'll see all of what's going on track and see where the gaps are, who's fast, who's in between.
Speaking of fast, just seeing James Scott up the inside of Greg Sharp. James Scott, another new signing. You saw him drive the Enduros last season. The end of last season with Marlon McMullen was previously with the All-Star Motorsport crew as well. So James Scott now with Evolution Racing Team, and apparently he's fit in very, very well at that team too. So great to see new drivers, new teams, new colours. You love a bit of moving around in the silly season. It's always good to see. I think this one's been one of the sillier seasons we've seen for a long time anyway.
Yeah, it kind of goes a bit unnoticed, a few changes here and there, but we've seen some massive changes in the past couple of weeks.
Not many of the big teams that haven't had a big change.
Yeah, big mix-up, which I guess is good.
I agree.
Good for change. We like to see new teams coming to the top and people coming through, and I tell you what, it's going to be an exciting year for this championship, but it's going to be a really exciting year for V8 Scots as well.
Oh, just noticed a big lock-up for Marlon McMullen. He's got Taliancic tucked in under that rear wing still as they get through some lap traffic. And McKnight through as well on the lap traffic. And here we go. McMullen, Taliancic, McKnight still nose to tail. But Taliancic looks a lot stronger than I was expecting. He's looking really good.
He's come a long way, as Michael. He's, I think we don't really see him get caught in too much drama.
Usually the only drama we have is working out the fuel numbers and working out how many laps he's going to be able to do to a tank.
There we go. Yes, they're doing pretty good, and my reason for why they
It's the yellow car, isn't it?
Mate, that's it. They run the yellow car, they go okay. Keep doing it, boys. One person who is doing a good job though is Forzen Alnabi, and I've just got him on screen now. He is such a super fast driver. Yep. We see him in any car that he gets in, and he really just takes it to the world's best. And he's doing the same thing here tonight, although he is sitting in P5.
Oh, look at the closing speed difference! Big hit.
Just touched him. Yep.
Wow. That's the difference between new and old tyres there. That's the perfect example of how much of a difference there is between those. Hammond had to get on the brakes really early.
And he's going to get
Alnabi will get it done.
Yeah, well, Hammond will close them off. No, he's going to have the inside line for the next one. It'll be really hard for Hammond to come back here, but he will be able to hold on just due to the camber of the corner.
Oh!
Oh, that
Hammond's
is a
struggling.
huge moment.
And McMillan's closing in very, very quickly as well. So we'll see how quickly McMillan can get the move done on Hammond as he comes up to complete his 20th lap in this stint. Does Michael Hammond? We're going to go back to this battle because here comes Taliancic with the run here on McMullen. Marlon McMullen is struggling. I think he has absolutely destroyed these tyres.
Yep, I think you're right there too, Jay, and that's one concern that I think we're going to see for Wayne Burke is you may be fast for a couple of laps, but you can soon find yourself wearing up that rubber.
Yep.
Generally, due to the nature of this track, you've got so much camber in these turns, and you can really push these cars on. But doing that, you're wearing out the tyres at the same time. So it'll be interesting to see who's playing this tyre management to, in the best way.
Well, the big thing about this too is the track temp has increased by 7 degrees since the end of qualifying. End of qualifying, the track temp was around about 21.1, 21.2. It is now nearly 28 degrees and it is increasing. Of course, the sun is going up. More heat in the track. I mean, by the end of the race, we will see a very, very hot track condition as here comes McMillan, I should say, on Hammond. And Brett Loxton's closed in on these guys too, very, very quickly. Loxton last lap by 2 seconds quicker than Michael Hammond.
Yep, that doesn't surprise me at all. Loxton's a super fast driver, as we know. He won the series last season, and yeah, he certainly has the talent to get right up the top, that's for sure.
McMillan was through and couldn't quite get it finished, and now Loxton's going to try and take advantage here. This is going to be an interesting little battle here for the next little moment.
Yep, certainly is. Car's very close. Drivers will be starting to get tired now, I reckon. You generally find that people will be making silly mistakes. One person who's not making a silly mistake, and he's been pretty consistent, potentially may have worn out his rubber a little bit, and that's Fortunato Nabi, but we're seeing a battle here. Oh, here we go, the New Zealand sim racing car just throwing it off there. I think that's the New Zealand sim racing car in front of those guys. Oh,
this is going to be interesting.
Yep, we are single file, so
Hammond holds on for now, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to hold on for. These tyres are absolutely destroyed. He's now at 21.5 laps. In regards to stint length, so he's starting to really struggle with tyre life. Thomas McMillan 10 laps into the stint, Brett Loxton 14, Fosden El Nabi only 7. Here's the fastest car out on track. Last lap by a 1 minute 47.4. Compare that to Hammond, a 149.2. So very big difference in pace between our fastest driver and our longest stint drivers. Hammond defending, and I don't know what the thinking is behind defending quite aggressively as he is. He does have to give up 2 spots, and Loxton is going to try and take advantage. I'm really confused as to why Hammond was continuing to defend there, considering the pace advantage that these other guys had.
yeah, exactly. You've kind of just got to give it up, don't you, really? And jump on behind, and as long as you kind of can, otherwise you're just going to potentially cost yourself more positions.
Yeah, exactly right. It's often defending too much can often put you in the wall, as opposed to saving your positions could put you out of the race. So
was super close here.
Oh.
I tell you what, here we go. Chuck it up the inside, why don't you? But he's going to get the in and out.
Oh, big slide.
Oh, hard to get on the throttle on one of these things.
So Loxton through, and Hammond's going to try and come back here up the inside of Thomas McMillan. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do with the tyre life. 22 laps in. Stay out of it. Use the draft.
Move.
No. Going to go side by side up through the S.
Oh, this could be dangerous.
This is going to be bad. Tuck back into single file, but a big slide from both drivers. And in the wall goes McMillan.
There you go. McMillan done. And, is he going to get away with it? Maybe?
Yeah, a little bit of damage, but not too bad by the looks of it. He got away with that. Gonna go back a little bit, because have a look at the run that Michael Taliancic has got. They're starting to drop Jamie McKnight. And Taliancic, I'm impressed by this stint from Taliancic. I thought McMullen would have absolutely blasted away from these guys. But Taliancic has just hung with him and kept the pressure on and kept it on very, very well.
Yep, fantastic battle we have had here. And great racing. Great racing.
Been some amazing
two guys
passes
here.
tonight.
Oh, there certainly has, and that's kind of what this track does, doesn't it, really? You take advantage of the guy in front of you. All that guy in front of you needs to do is just make that small little mistake, and well, you know, the track's so fast and so long, and it's, yeah, just you got to be consistent around here, because if you're fast, you're gonna find yourself at the top, and that is what Forza Nabi is very good at. I've just seen him do the last two. Yep, Hammond in the pits. The last 2 laps for Forza Nabi, basically exactly the same.
That lap by, though, he wasn't the fastest car out on track. That's now gone back to Sam Blacklock on his 13th lap in this stint, a 44.1. As we see McMullen still just holding on, and only just. Michael Taliancic might be just happy tucked in behind here. I wouldn't be surprised. We might jump on board and see how early he gets out of the throttle here.
Bence in the lane.
Yep, so Bence has jumped back into the number 100 Cross-Continental Motorsports entry.
Go, jumping on board. Let's see what he does. Oh, he's pretty much in the throttle all the way. Nah, I would have thought that you'd take a bit more of advantage from that. Let's see the next few corners, though.
I must say, though, I think that they are running a little bit of a longer gear ratio, which could also help them as well. One thing that is adjustable, unlike real-life V8 supercars, you can run whichever gear ratio you prefer. So real-life V8 supercars are all dictated to run the same final gear, but here you can run whatever you like. And this is one of the tracks with that straight. It's right in between 2 different ratios, isn't it? There's one that you're just on the limiter just before the end of the straight, and the next one up, you've sort of got a little bit to go.
Yeah, I guess it depends on, you know, what you want to try and do. I think in an endurance race, you've got to definitely go for the taller one and you know, look after the motor, because we've seen it already tonight. The lead car from the race is no longer the lead car because
Loxton! Loxton has massive damage. What has happened to him?
Gonna go back and have a look here. He's back. See.
So he's just lost it coming back out of the boot. And he's hit the wall really, really hard.
Yeah. Wow. Very hard corner to get right, that actually. Here we go. There we go, Jay. It is
safety car time.
Safety car time. Wow. So who is this going to work for?
Well, Loxton, obviously.
Yep, this is going to work for Loxton. Another driver who this is going to work for
Hammond and Bence will work for those guys.
Yeah, Bence definitely. You just saw him in the pit lane. So, wow. Who's going to be fuel saving? Who's going to be scrambling to get in the pit lane? Time's going to tell. Yeah, wow.
One thing you will notice right now is that everyone will be absolutely on fuel conservation right now.
Yep, I think you're exactly right, mate. It's going to be, yeah, wow. Interesting time to have it. We are now 38 laps through. It's 119 lap race. And I'm already hearing people off the gas, clutching it, in neutral, rolling.
So we might take a very, very quick break here on SimSpeed TV. We're going to get ourselves fueled up, ready for the next section of action here on the iRacing Esports Network. Remember to subscribe while you are here on this channel as well, because plenty more racing action to come here on the iRacing Esports Network throughout the year. Make sure you do subscribe to youtube.com/iRacing Esports Network. Also to our channel SimSpeed TV as well. Also on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram as well. We're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we'll be ready to go green. This is the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. We'll be back very, very soon.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network. We are SimSpeed TV and this is the Australian Online Supercar Championship. We are about to go green. There's been a big change in the field. Big hello, welcome to everybody. The pace car pulls in. We are back underway to start lap number 41. Leading the race now, GRM Enduro 1. Damien Johnson at the wheel. They are blasting away at the front of the field. A few drivers that have made big moves. The All-Star Motorsports number 57 car in their second car got themselves back in a really good position, currently in 4th position. Big changes have happened with teams that have pitted and not done driver swaps. They have all jumped the teams that did do driver swaps. So Jordan Ross back into the 88 car has dropped behind Jacob Knight and Forza Elnabi, who have stayed in the car. But have a look at this at the front. Jason Bentz, Ben Collard, David Sanford going to go side by side into the carousel. Sanford almost gets 2 for 1. Passes Bentz. He's now tucked in underneath the rear wing of Ben Collard, who did not pit under that caution. Also Bentz and Sanford and Damien Johnson at the front of the field did not pit under the caution, as well as Stuart Crawford. Onto the grass goes Bentz to defend this position. Big dive up the inside. It's going to go through, as will Sanford, and also trying to get through Stuart Crawford, also one of the middle finger cars there, a lap down, but just behind you can see Forza Elnabi and Jacob Knight, also Jordan Ross getting into this as well. Some great fighting as we've got Ben Collard in the fence. Was he helped out there? Pick up a LeBlanc replay. Looks like he may have done that one all on his own as Collard, just 2 wheels in the grass on the outside. No one else has impacted that incident, but have a look at this battle pack here between Elnabi, Knight, Ross and McMillan as they come up onto the back of our drivers that did not pit. Some massive weekend of sim racing here on the iRacing Esports Network over the next couple of days. Daytona weekend this weekend as we've got the drivers coming through side by side with the lap car there. That is middle finger racing car side by side. The front of the field we've got Damien Johnson just coming past the sister car as Fonty comes back from his quick ice cream break.
There he does. He's ready to roll there for the, well,
Middle
not even
phase.
in the second half. Yeah, middle phase. There we go.
What a restart. It's been very, very entertaining as here comes up the inside Forza Elnabi. Oh, big lock-up. A little bit of contact between Elnabi and Crawford there. Jordan Ross, Jacob Knight also changing position side by side. Also getting involved here, Luke Harvey and Thomas McMillan. This is where these guys that did not pit under that caution period are really going to have to be careful as there's contact between Jordan Ross and Thomas McMillan. Taking advantage here, Luke Harvey is going to go 3 wide. This is not a spot you can go 3 wide.
No, it certainly isn't, and well, we've got cars everywhere. But further back down in the pack, we've got well, quite a famous name in motorsport actually. Radicic, Chris Radicic out there. That is relation to Paul Radicic.
Yep, not exactly sure on which relation. I do know that there is a relation. There's Stuart Crawford off doing a bit of lawn mowing. Oh, it almost makes contact in his rejoin with Jacob Knight. That was so close.
Oh, whoa, there we go. Bit of contact. Yeah, yep. That was very close. There we go. Cars everywhere.
Kyle Stokes up the inside of Jacob Knight. So Knight's been the biggest loser out of this restart. Jordan Ross is tucked in behind Luke Harvey. And a change for the lead because into the lead now goes Jason Bentz from Damien Johnson. David Sanford is right there too, ready to pounce. He's going to try and take this second position away from Damien Johnson. Will do so easy. So new leader, new second place, and Forza Elnabi is there ready to pounce as well.
Yep, Forza Elnabi can never, ever, ever count Forza Elnabi out of anything when it comes to sim racing. And he's sitting in a good position really, isn't he? He'll be saving fuel now, just hanging on there.
Yep. Use that draft to close the gap up but not push too hard. Of course, he's out there with fresh tyres. Oh, as around goes McMillan!
There we go. McMillan is
hold
done.
on. Wow.
They might
Great
get away
job.
with this.
Great job to hold on. There's cars around in the background too. We've got a big blockage on the track. That is Chris
Wow.
Barnes in the Valkyrie Sim Racing entry. We've got another
This
car
is
facing the wrong way
dangerous.
too. Stuart Crawford's around.
Cars everywhere.
Brett Hender's around. We've also got Craig Jones in the 333. Those guys have already had issues. You're going to need a LeBlanc replay to see exactly what has happened there. That's all started from Jordan Ross, and contact between he and Thomas McMillan. Actually, there was two separate incidences there.
Oh, that Craig Jones car is not in a good way.
Jump on board here with Craig Jones. You see there's contact just up ahead. See there, the CMR car. Was that a sister CMR car making contact there?
Oh no.
I feel that
Tell you what.
was.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jay. I think you are exactly right there.
Let's get a replay on board with Stuart Crawford here. We're just trying to queue up a replay. Actually, no, it was the Middle Finger Racing car. They do have a very, very similar yellow colour. It was the car of Matthew Cloak, Kai Sloggett, 54 car. Just a tiny little tap. That's just the difference in new and old tyres there. That's all that was. That is the danger you have of staying out there on old tyres at restarts.
Yeah, you're certainly right. Craig Jones is just making his way round into the pit lane now. Oh, heartbreak for those guys.
Especially after the stint that Jones had in that first phase of the race as well. So he hasn't had a great night. Mullen did a great job to get him back into a decent position. We go back up to the front though. It's Jacob Knight closing in on Kyle Stokes. The front of the field, Bentz now has Fawzat El Nabi tucked in under the rear wing because El Nabi is closing. Sanford has been passed by El Nabi. Damien Johnson probably not too far off jumping into the pits.
Yeah, this has really mixed this race up, hasn't it? Craig Jones' car is now out of the pit lane. Thankfully, they had a spare $500,000 supercar just sitting in the back there in the transporter, ready to go, filled up, set up in it, ready to roll, and you're going to go out there, but yeah, this will be hard. They certainly won't be able to come back from this into a good position, but hey, anything can happen. We do still have plenty of racing to go.
There's still a long way left to go in this race as here comes Jordan Ross. Look at how quickly he's going to get past the car of Luke Harvey. Just couldn't quite get the momentum coming out of the S's, and Harvey will give up the spot to Jordan Ross. Both these guys did pit under that last caution, also did take full tank of fuel and a driver swap. As we said, there's a few cars that took an advantage in that last stint by not taking the driver swap. They get about 6 or 7 seconds in comparison to these other drivers, so not taking the driver swap may pay off in the short term, but the likes of Force and El Nabi, but long term they've got to play it really sensible in regards to strategy, because 78 laps is the maximum length for any driver in this race. If you do any more than that, you will get disqualified post-race. We've seen a few drivers get caught out with that in the past, haven't we? We've seen where teams go 1 lap, 2 lap too many, and get caught out with the number of laps they complete. So teams have got to be really careful and add up the numbers right.
You're exactly right, Jay. It's all about numbers, isn't it? It's, you got to drive to a number sometimes, and some people can do it better than others. And one team that does a great job at that is Trick Sim Sports. But yeah, it's all about numbers in this one, and keep looking after your car, really.
It's a very long race, as we said, 650 kilometres these races in this Endurance Cup of the Australian Online Supercar Championship. 3 different race formats we have in this: the standard 150 kilometre races. We have also these ones, the 650Ks, with 6 of those throughout the season. And we also have 60-60 races coming up later in the season as well. Some really cool tracks to go to in this series this year too. This championship is going to be really cool in what we go to as Jordan Ross is going to get the move done on Damien Johnson, because Johnson's still out there with his very, very old tyres. But the track list here I'm really impressed with. I think it's a really, really cool looking set of tracks that we go to in this championship.
Yep, you're exactly right. The tracks that iRacing has to offer are pretty cool ones, certainly the world's best, and yeah, we certainly take advantage of that here at the Australian Online Supercar Championship at Sim Speed, and we like to go, you know, the ones that work well for the supercar.
Yep. One of the surprising ones that we'll go to later in the season that does work well is we're just seeing Kyle Stokes and Jacob Knight both come through on Damien Johnson. Luke Harvey also got through. Is Le Mans. Like, Le Mans, you would think, is not a track that the supercar would be great in. We've seen some incredible races when we've done it in the past. Tyson McAvoy, very, very slow. And have a look at the damage to the front of that car. What has happened there?
Yeah, not sure what's gone on there, mate. So, yeah. We'll just go back and have a look at that one.
Just run a little bit deep into the toe. 014 car, Andrew Fraser, side by side. Oh, he's done it all on his own. Just pushed a little bit too hard on the power, a little bit too early. Then got the rears into the grass. He's going to continue on. So we're just seeing Damien Johnson into the pits. McAvoy, will he come in the pits now? He will. Pit limiter light on. You can see it flashing. And he'll come in and get a spare car. Good thing about this phase of the race is still 99% of the time we'll have a spare car to go. Get that done and get back out there. Also in the pits, now Jack Boyd into the car. Up the inside comes Forza El Nabi. Contact between El Nabi and Benz. This is for the race lead.
Tell you what, yeah, they were lucky to get away with that one. That could have ended so much worse there, Jay.
Oh, there's a car around in the background. I just saw it as well.
Okay, we're going to have to go back and have a look at that one. Who is that?
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm seeing
I'm
things.
going to go back. Well, let's go and have a look.
I don't believe it was, now that I'm thinking about it. It may not have been. Just got a secondary replay screen up, and it doesn't look like it. It was just me seeing things.
Oh, that's right.
I'm getting overly excited for nothing. It's still early in the race too.
Hey, I know. It is Friday night, mate. It is getting late, you know. I wouldn't have thought we would have had hallucinations at this point, but anyway. No, I'll tell you what, those boys were lucky. So lucky to get away with that,
yep.
Jay, because, man, that rear end of that Trick Sim Sports car really launched it in the air, and, well, that could have ended both of those guys' races,
yep.
But they're still going at it. And the interesting thing is does Forza Nabi have potential suspension damage? Is he going to struggle from that? Are they going to drop off the pace? He definitely would have had some sort of damage.
Some sort of damage. Have to have something.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of getting through this stint now. So we're on board here with Jordan Ross. He just got a massive run coming out of turn one, but wasn't quite able to get it done. And you just see Sanford just tap of the brakes. Courtesy thing to say, yes, you can come on through, and through also goes Forza El Nabi. I think that was a fight that Bentz wanted to try and put on there that couldn't really do it. And Jordan Ross has missed the apex completely of the carousel and overrun it. Sanford will tuck back in behind because he'll probably have to come in the pits this lap as well. Now, apologies to the back end of the field because this has been so intense at the front. We know that there's some amazing battles going on. Have a look at this battle pack behind Cameron. Behind
Ben Gordon, 41st, 42nd, is it?
Yep. 40th and 42nd, yep.
Yep. Here we go, there's half a second between those guys.
Yeah, have a look at this pack though behind Cameron Dance. I know that he not long ago got past Brett Gerardis, but you also got Jamie Stovold, Michael Cracknell, Andrew Fraser and Guy Leach all in this pack together. Dance starting to pull away, but have a look here, Stovold and also Fraser looking to make moves, and you know that Cracknell's going to have great pace in this pack as well, so this is going to be a really interesting fight.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight. Tell you what, there's yeah, this track is great for it. When you know, you don't really see the gaps between cars get huge very fast because of the because of the slipstream around here, and all it takes is that car in front of you to make one small mistake, and he could have passed you 5 laps before, but you've just hung on the back there, and one small mistake, and you find yourself right on his tail very, very quickly. And we're seeing a great battle here for P6, P7, Kyle Stokes, Jacob Knight. We're seeing battles all through the field, really. Actually, Guy Leach, KRF Motorsports now, not doing his own thing. He's coming up through the S's.
Wow.
Wow.
Had to get out of the throttle and just miss the wall. And have a look at the run.
Miss that?
Have a look at the run he's got.
He's got this. That was commitment at its best. You couldn't have got any closer. I'm going to have to go back through and see how actual close he got there, but he is going to get this move done, or is he?
Gerardus is doing a great job of holding up this pack, because we saw there that Stovall was side by side ready to get the move done, couldn't quite get through. Cracknell's going to try and take have a crack at getting this move done. You see Dance driving off in the distance from these guys. Going to cut away from it, unfortunately, because it is on for the race lead as well. We'll stay for just a second, but unbelievably it is on for the race lead.
Here we go.
No, I don't want to leave this battle pack, but have a look at this.
I know.
Ben's staying with El Nabi, so El Nabi must have a tiny little bit of damage. Jordan Ross is right there as well.
He's got to have damage, doesn't he? He's just struggling. I'm going to have a shot, look at the rear shot of this car, because just not hanging on.
McMillan facing the wrong direction.
We have
Get a quick
seen
replay and
the
see.
second time.
Yep, see if we can work out what's happened there, whether he was helped or whether it's all on his own. Doesn't look like there's any cars around at this point of the replay. A little bit of damage to the rear of that car. And I think this one's all on his lonesome, unfortunately. It just runs a little bit wide, just clips the grass. Does a good job to not hit the wall too hard as well. So, get him back live. Have a look at Jordan Ross, ready to pounce.
He's looking, and he's
done.
going to get it done. Bence will hold on though, but I don't think he's got the tyre life. But yes, he does. He's going to hold it. He's going to be inside. So this is going to give an advantage here to our Nabi.
Whoa, Bence!
I tell you what, that was so close there to cleaning out Forza Now Nabi. I don't go back and have a look at that one, because wow, Bence came in there.
Bence was going in hot.
Blazing. He was going in hot. He forgot which one was the gas pedal and which one was the brake one. That one. Wow. Lucky, because that could have ended terribly for those guys.
Just threaded the needle there, just opened the wheel up to avoid contact with El Nabi. Almost took Jordan Ross with him as well as we come back live. So that front two now is well and truly on, and this next pack is closed up. Harvey, Stokes, Stanford and Knight. Stanford doing a great job on 24 lap old tyres. Just don't forget that car, original car, blew up not that long ago. Safety cars brought them back into contention with their spare car. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Stanford in the pits next time by, maybe the lap after. At the lead, Al Nabi and Ross have broken away from this pack as Jordan Ross looks up the inside.
Ooh. So Forza's definitely got damage, right? Although, in saying that, he's still doing good lap times, but we saw in the first part of the race how dominant Jordan Ross was and how consistent he was. So, really, it's between these two guys, I think. At the end of the day, we could see Harvey and
Ross.
Blacklock come in the swing of it.
Have a look at the pace advantage that Jordan Ross has got. He's got it done well before the carousel. Move done. Jordan Ross now leads.
Yep. So this is going to work in an advantage for Forza, and if he can hang on the back.
Well, and one thing that they can do from this point, tuck in underneath the fast car. What are they going to do? Trick Sim Sports, save fuel.
Oh yeah, well it wouldn't be Trick Sim Sports without saving fuel. So yeah, but they've got to hold on. We've just seen a bit of an incident between Bence and Forza, so is there too much damage for Forza not to be able to hang on the back of Ross? Ross is fast. We know how fast he is.
Jamie Stovall's dropped off the back of this pack, or dropped in behind Michael Cracknell and Guy Leach, and Leach now right on the tail of Brett Gerardus trying to get this move done. Not quite there yet. I say that Supercar, that new look Supercar looks really, really cool. Different blue this season from what we saw last year. in the Zuva entries. It's a bit more of a royal blue as opposed to a navy blue, and the green looks really cool with it in the white as well. I very, very like that livery. The KRF crew between Zuva Racing and the actual KRF cars done a very, very good job with liveries this year.
Yep, they have. Yeah, the professionalism of amazing. It always just gets improved. And as I was saying earlier on, every time a new team comes out or gets a new sponsor, I'm always looking forward to seeing what their graphic designer can present.
Almost at the halfway point in this race. So we are 67 laps to go. We're about 7 laps away from the halfway point. Brett Gerardus coming back on Michael Cracknell side by side through the S's. Oh no. Oh no. This never ever ends well. Guy Leach is going to have great momentum. They've all kept it out of the wall, but have a look at the bunch up. Stephen Varga, the overspeed he's got. Watch Varga here. He might get 2 or 3 here.
Oh, here we go. This is dangerous. Oh.
See, Guy Leach got out of it so early, and Varga's trying to throw it up the inside. He's got past 3 in one corner as there's contact between Leach and Gerardus. Gerardus has led the field going into the S's. He's lost 5 spots. Varga's gained 3. Stovald's gained 1. Guy Leach has lost 1. Now at the front of the pack, there is Michael Cracknell. What a move from Stephen Varga. 3 positions, just threaded the needle, got the overspeed when the guys checked up, and just took advantage.
Fantastic battle. These guys, I didn't think that we were going to get through as clean as what we did there, Jay.
No way, I was expecting carnage. Almost contact between Leach and Stovall coming into the heel. We need to go back and have another look at that, because have a look at this on the replay with Stephen Varga. Watch how much momentum he had down this straight. You see Leach on the brakes early, he just kept going, threw it up in there and somehow made it work. And then just got the momentum through. Well done, what a move.
Yeah, what a move. Great job there.
As we come back live. Go back to the front because it's spread out at the front. El Nabi is not sticking with Jordan Ross. Have a look at the gap between them. Luke Harvey is closing up. Very, very quickly too. This does not bode well for this stint for the Trick Sim Sports guys.
No. Yeah, they're still, we can't count them out though, really,
No.
can we? Anything can happen. We've seen it all the time. Hey, look, Jordan Ross is super fast. Yeah, I think that Forzen could still have a chance, but any of these guys could still have a chance.
Yep.
I think Luke Harvey has a chance.
I think there's still 15 cars that are in with
a chance.
with a shot here. There's still legitimately 15 cars that could win this race.
Yep, you're exactly right. One team that definitely could win, that's P11. Throttle Control Motorsport.
Now remember they started last too. They're up in 11.
They're last and they are in P11.
Oh.
That's absolutely
There
fantastic.
actually is something you need to read in our Discord there, Fonty, in our private chat. One of our commentators for us and Race Spot, he did put in the YouTube chat, so it is confirmed. If you guys win, I'll get throttle control tattooed on my backside. So if now the last time he made a bet like this, he didn't actually live up to it, did Mr. Haynes? So
yeah,
I might hold him to his bet this
can't.
time as Stanford in the pits.
A deal on that one, mate. You can't do it. You gotta come through. It could happen. Anything can happen.
Yep.
This is sim racing, David Haynes.
Well,
so
they're about to get into the top 10.
there we go.
Well, that top 10 position they're in now.
Throttle control.
If they keep this up and gain as many spots in the second half of the race as they've gained in the first, they'll be in minus 22nd?
Yeah.
Then you go back in the field, McMillan, as he makes his way back after those couple of incidents. In behind Zach Baker, he's going to get it done side by side through the S, does not work. Somehow going to try and make it work. Back into single file. I can say that because I do know that David is watching, so.
Yep.
Big weekend of sim racing too this weekend, Fonty, with the Daytona 24-hour here on the iRacing Esports Network, as well as the Major Series. So much racing at Daytona this weekend as Harvey up the inside. An easy move done on Forza El Nabi.
Oh, you're such a cool track. It's going to be the first day-night transition official that we have. So it's going to be so cool to see how it all goes. And yeah, you can check that out on the iRacing Esports Network over the weekend. Race Spot doing a very big stint there.
They're going to do the full 24 hours this year. We'll see some friends from SimSpeed pop in at some point throughout the broadcast, but Race Spot are going to do the whole thing this year, which is a big effort, so well done to those guys, and thank you for doing the whole lot. We did do a little bit last year, but very, very tough to find commentators in our side of things because everyone was racing.
Yeah, it is generally hard to find it for the 24 hour. Everyone wants to be a part of it. Me and Jay want to be a part of it.
I'd love to race. Did it a couple of years ago.
Me too. Actually, maybe we should race tomorrow. Maybe me and you can enter a team, Jay.
Geez.
I'll be driving with my mouse, but you know.
Well, I've got
we'll
a joystick.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Then we're right there.
Here we go, McMillan again. Gets a much better run in a turn one. He's really got the pace advantage on Zach Baker, but he just can't get the move done. So he's having a few technical issues at the same time. Just noticed too that the number 100 car has finally jumped back in the pits. But that lead battle, the battle at the front, they've all settled down a little bit, which I think they're all probably trying to get their breath back after the carnage and chaos that they've had in that group in the last little while.
Yep, carnage galore. There's always carnage, always action when it comes to iRacing via Supercar racing. That's why we love it.
100%. It's always really good, close, hard racing. You can see that El Nabi is struggling because he's now got Kyle Stokes and Jacob Knight closing up behind. You can see there's damage on the left-hand side of the car, so there's definitely something not right in that car. Let's just look over his shoulder. The wheel looks straight.
Yeah, I couldn't see any damage, much damage, but you know I saw the air that it got, and it's definitely suspension damage. So won't be able to take high-speed corners very well. It's probably not pulling up that good under brakes, so he'll be struggling there. But looking though, look at that time of Jordan Ross. He's banging it out there. Forzan on the last lap was in the high 48, so. Hey, these guys could come back. We're 16 laps through a stint. We saw them push out 27, I think we did in the first. So
I'm board with Stephen Varga here as he tucks up under the rear wing of the throttle control motorsport. That's the only time I'm going to say it like that.
It's all about throttle control, Jay.
Yeah, throttle control.
Right. It's all about it, mate. Got to have that throttle control, mate.
So gained a spot with Bent in the pits, lost a spot with Cracknell coming through. Cracknell's had really good pace as well. He said the best pace out of everyone in this back end of the field. Fastest car on track though. We shouldn't really be surprised. Dane Warren, who has got back in the car. This is turning into a cool little battle here as notice that Varga, Leach and Cracknell broken away from Stovald and Fraser that they were battling with before. And they're actually still having their battle between those two. Amazing that the race is lulled all of a sudden. Everyone's just sort of happy to tuck into single file and just probably trying to reassess where they're at and understanding fuel conservation, fuel numbers and things like that, knowing that they're coming up to the next phase of pit stops.
Yeah, I think you're right, Joe. I think it is that point of the race where, you know, you're just kind of an autopilot, really, aren't you? And just kind of driving. Being an autopilot's not really possible when it comes to that supercar racing. Glen, keep it consistent, look after
You don't
the tyres.
You don't want to be an autopilot because it usually results in you going in the fence when you're on autopilot in a V8 Supercar. We're going to watch a little battle because we don't get to talk about this person on track in a race, in a battle, ever. Mike Korolev versus Scott Gamble.
Just gonna say.
How is Mike in 20th position?
I know.
Can someone give him a black flag, please?
Yeah, he probably deserves the black flag. I think half of this field, or more than half of this field, would love to issue Mike a black flag.
I'm sure everyone would.
Yes, Mike is he's the man who throws the rule book at people. And
literally will throw a rule book.
yes. I know he puts a huge amount of effort into Oceanic Sim Racing, into V8 Scops, and he does a fantastic job. I certainly wouldn't like to have his job, Jay, when it comes to that, but he does it very, very well. So, yeah, good to see him out there on track. Normally, I would have expected to see Mike kind of a little bit further back than that. I know he started a little bit further than that, so...
I love you saying that, not me.
Mate,
he's probably being carried, though. He's probably being carried.
That's okay. Hey, he's keeping it clean, keeping it consistent. The car's in good shape. That's what you got to do, mate.
El Nabi in the pits. Here we go.
Here we go. So he's obviously struggling. They've made this call. They're going to grab a new car or potentially repair the damage, depending on what it is they have done. I didn't see their lap count, but I think it was pretty similar to everybody else.
18 laps in that last stint, so they did pit under that last caution. Pretty much everyone else in that lead pack. The first car out of sequence is Michael Hammond in the number 100. They are in 27th. Everyone else is on the same strategy at the moment, which is unusual for these races. We usually see a couple of teams sort of break the mold and try something a little bit different, but it's like staying on the same strategy is probably very, very important considering how much the draft plays a factor in these races.
Yeah, so I think that...
At least until the end.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Ross Rizzo is back in the car now. He is just leaving the pit lane, so these guys have now reverse engineered the race, I reckon, and we're going to see them try and stay out of trouble for the rest of this and run a different strategy to the other guys out there. Now, if we know that Trick Sim Sports can make something like this work, hey, we can't count them out right now, can we?
Can never count anyone out. Of course, there is still another safety car period to come in this race too, so still a lot that can happen, and if you can time it right for when this safety car does come out, you find yourself in a really good spot. We're going to go back to the battle for third. Jordan Ross, Luke Harvey have broken away from these guys, but Jacob Knight and Kyle Stokes, these two former teammates, you guys are going at it. There's a little bit of friendly rivalry between these boys.
Rivalry is key on in motorsport, and any sport, isn't it? It's kind of, you like to beat that person next to you, but you also like to race hard with them at the same time. So Ross Rizzo, he's sitting a bit further back now, 24th position. Putting pressure on Brett Hender. So we've got Stephen Varga in the pits now, Jay, as well.
A few teams looking like they might be going to start breaking up the strategy again, trying to do something a little bit different to everyone else. I mean, you've got nothing to lose, especially when you know that there's another safety car to come. The worst that can happen is you go back to the back of the field, which is what you're going to do under pit stop anyway. So.
Yep. Hey, what will be interesting to see how Dane Warren goes. Now, there is a bit of a gap between himself and the next car, but very fast as Dane Warren, we are going to see if the safety car, don't count those guys out. But I must mention, car sitting in 4th position. Hey, we've got a car around.
We do. That is... Who is that?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Was it Wayne Burke?
Yes, actually, now that you say that, yep, that looked like Wayne Burke's car.
Definitely was.
Yep.
Just here, contact there. They are one lap down the One Performance Racing entry.
Oh, how did he do that one? I've got to go back and see that. Oh, he got tangled. Oh!
Tangled with the 43 CMR car. That was
yep.
4 position between he and Troy Maguire, and then the leader just come up behind. I think scared both of them. Well, scared the CMR car there, and all over for And what that's done, that actually has hindered Jordan Ross, because have a look at how close Luke Harvey is now. Jordan Ross had to get out of the throttle to avoid that contact. Almost got tangled up in it. Luke Harvey is back in the draft of Jordan Ross, and he's going to close this gap down to nothing again.
Yep, here we go. So the race comes alive. That's what the cool thing about this track is. You know, you've always, although you may have a little lull period, one lap later you're back into it, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly right. It's an awesome track for that stuff. I know that the racing here is always really cool. We love racing at this circuit. It's always good fun. Going to go back to another battle once again because Guy Leach, Cam Dance, nose to tail, not much between them. One thing I've noticed is the Stealth Simforce cars. They're running running a different gear to everyone else or a lot of other cars. They're on the limiter, pretty much at the bus stop. So you lose so much momentum, lose any advantage that you have in the draft. So it makes it really tough to get moves done down that back straight. I think a lot of teams have probably tweaked that before we go into Monday night's official V8 Supercar race.
Monday night for it all be and for us, wasn't it, Jay? Monday night V8 Supercars.
Yep. It's always been a huge night, Monday night V8 Supercars. Because here comes Leach up the inside. Not able to get it done yet, though. Anson Leach still side by side. Big lock up for Guy Leach. And I'll have to go nose to tail once again for another lap as we're past the halfway distance as well. 60 laps complete, 59 laps remaining.
Well, this is a great battle. I must say, at least the boys driving with our logo on there, they aren't doing too bad a job. At least they're not making a mockery. Although we are just gone on halfway in the race, so anything can happen. But
oh, so close, so close.
Close. We need to change the camera away, Joe, because this is too close. Oh, side by side.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is gonna be dangerous.
Side by side up through the S. What a move!
Oh, I tell you
from
what,
Guy
that was
Leach.
a fantastic move there from Guy Leach. All right, and here we go. We got another car getting the run on the outside.
That's a car, Andrew Fraser in the Stealth Simforce car. He's had to get out of the throttle.
Out.
Wasn't quite
this
through
is gonna
enough.
Be close.
Oh.
Is he going to have the front end grip? Cam's going to have the run for the next corner on the inside. Great battles. Oh, he's going to make it 3 wide.
Wow, thought about making it 3 wide there, didn't you? Just decided at the last second it wasn't the greatest move. Big sideways moment.
Yeah.
Leach, Dance, Fraser, the 3 involved in this pack. This is for top 10 position, so it is a crucial battle. What a fight we've had throughout this race. We've had some amazing battles going on, as I'm just noticing on the timing. Michael Cracknell back up into 7th position. Nathan Tregarthen dropped back to 8th. So Redback Racing Team and Stealth Simforce both really punching above their weight at the moment. 2 cars in the top 11 each.
Yep, certainly are, mate. They are really doing a great job. And I'll tell you what car is doing a great job. P4.
Yep.
Evolution Racing Team. Those guys.
Well, Fraser up the inside. Oh, big moment. Oh, just holds on to Andrew Fraser. Almost put it in the fence.
Fair pair of undies on that one, you think?
Oh, definitely. As you look at the momentum that Jamie Stovall's got here, nearly gets it done into turn 1. Wow, what a move. What a moment there. So just noticing 2. You're just talking about P4. Then now P3, Kyle Stokes into 3rd, but he's going to have to try and get it around the outside. Won't be able to do so. He'll tuck back in behind. What a fight between these 2. Jacob Knight and Kyle Stokes. They're going to keep going at it here.
Fantastic stuff, mate. Here we go. This battle. 3rd and 4th is happening. That LeBlanc car doesn't look too good in the rear right quarter.
Interesting thing I just noticed there too is I just realised I had my microphone muted, is that there's a lot of short shifting going on at this phase of the race. I think part of it is for tyre conservation as much as fuel saving. Just to knowing that the rear tyres have got not much left, just some short shifting so you eliminate the wheel spin. But it probably is going to mean nothing at this point when you're 22 laps into a stint in a 650 horsepower V8 supercar. Stokes and Knight both have a little bit of a lock-up pitch brake coming into turn 1. Background you see side by side. These guys are lapped down, but for position. CMR Team Black, Velocity Motorsports Magazine Racing. Matt Morris and Craig Jones. Great to see them both still fighting on. They were both in the top 10 earlier in the race. Both had a bit of misfortune. Also just noticed too that change of position back in the field. Ross Rizzo has just gone past Thomas McMillan. Now McMillan, of course, we've seen he's had a couple of issues, a couple of spins in this stint, but Rizzo now up into 18th position, lead car on this alternate strategy.
Yep. Rizzo does a fantastic job. Tell you what, there has actually been some great racing between some of the guys who we actually don't kind of see that often, or really show us that much form. But we've seen some great battles, and it's going to be really interesting to see the end result. It's
Mike Korolev side by side with Ross Rizzo, Dane Warren, and Thomas McMillan and Dane Warren not too far away as well. Mike will have to get out of the throttle here, won't he? Get on the brakes early.
Oh,
No, he's going to hold on!
He heard you. He's tuned in.
He is.
And
Has to be.
but he's going to run wide. Rizzo's going to have the advantage here. Good driving here by Korolev.
Don't say that too loud. He'll hear you. So this is going to be an interesting fight. I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of a
Good
bump
side of
here.
him and the bad side.
Will McMillan give him a little bit of a love tap here? Always fun to see people who put their hand up to be race stewards. It's the most hated, most unenjoyable job that you can have in all of motorsport and sim racing, but Mike does a very, very good job of it. McMillan's been on the rough end of the stick. He's had a lengthy ban in V8 Scops due to driving infringements. No loss love between these two, and there we go. There's a little tap I was waiting for. Knew it was coming.
Yep.
Gonna go back to the leaders. Have a look at how close the leaders got on this lap.
Yeah, wow. There we go. So Harvey, Jordan Ross. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. I'll tell you what, we've just gone over halfway of the race. This would be quite, although, it's quite a relaxing track in the fact of, these big long straights and stuff, but there's some very intense parts and you have to really be switched on. These drivers will be starting to get tired now, I reckon, Jay.
100%. The carousel looks really, really easy. It's probably the most difficult corner on the track. So, because it's got so much speed through it, making sure you get your braking right into it. You don't want to be too slow because you lose so much momentum. You don't want to be too quick because you can go wide into the fence and lose so much momentum as well. So you've really got to nail the carousel and stay or keep your momentum up. If you get that wrong, pretty much can kill your race. So it's a really tough track. It looks so simple on paper. It looks really, really basic in regards to its look. But because it's so high speed, the slowest corner is still in third gear. And on the cup layout, it's even faster. So it's really deceptive in how difficult it is, and the lap's over before you realise.
Yeah. Tell you what, man, it's tyre life is such a big key factor. Experienced an enduro for supercars here before, so this is already a big unknown for a lot of guys. But it'll be interesting to see how the drivers the race and do they think it's positive or do they enjoy it. Obviously you enjoy racing when you're going out and doing it, but some events you enjoy more than others, and they're all looking like they're having a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, I always love endurance racing, whether it's sports cars, supercars, whatever car. I love endurance racing, and it's a really cool endurance calendar we've got in this series this year. It's 6 rounds, as we mentioned earlier, but Watkins, Glen, Daytona road course, Imola, which Imola is one of the most amazing circuits in a V8 supercar. Enduro fits perfectly in that car. As we mentioned earlier, Le Mans. And then we go Phillip Island and Bathurst. It's a really, really cool schedule. 4 out of the 6 we ran last season, and into the pits come our race leaders. So we're at 26 laps to a stint. It's pretty much the limit for all of these guys by the looks of things. As a top 4 are all in.
Here we go. Watch everybody roll in now. Next question is when are we going to see the next safety car?
Well, only one person knows that answer.
And lucky that person. So I tell you what, that's going to really just, to really decide the end of the race, I feel.
Who's going to plan that right? Essentially, who's going to get lucky in when it gets called? It really does come down to a fair bit of luck. So we're going to go back in the field. This is currently 15th and 16th, but I think these guys will jump a few spots right now. The GRM Enduro 1, Cross Continental Motorsports 100, Jack Boyd, Michael Hammond. Both these guys, fairly similar strategies. GRM car about 18 laps into a stint. Cross Continental 10 laps into a stint. So tyre life starting to be a factor for these guys. Look at how many cars they're jumping as they come through. Annually 10 spots there, as they're going to come out pretty much alongside the Redback Racing Team LeBlanc car, just in the background there. You see it coming out of the pits. So it will close up on these guys very, very quickly. But have a look at our effective race lead. Postlethwaite and Blacklock both jumped into the car, and they're straight into the fight, defending the 88 of Postlethwaite side by side through the bus stop.
Wow, impressive stuff there. Just seen a pass for position. Yeah, Jamie Stovall, Cam Dance.
Oh, Cam would have been in the race lead.
He was.
He was in the race lead. Last to first.
Nice.
Oh, it's still on here between Blacklock and Postlethwaite.
Yeah. These guys ain't mucking around, are they?
No, it's great to watch. Very good battle to watch right now. Oh, a big sideways moment there for Blacklock. Almost made contact with Postlethwaite. Possibly did make a little bit of contact with Postlethwaite. They're still side by side. They've been side by side for what, 3 or 4 kilometres of racing. Blacklock finally through. I don't think this is over though.
No, you're right.
So we've got our 2 cars at the front of the field, being Dance and Stovall, both in the pits in the 666 and the 87 car. Guess who is the race leader once again? Ross Rizzo leads this race.
So, as the big thing is it going to work out for them on that last stop, and is the safety car going to work out for them to save enough fuel? We've seen Forsen Al-Nabi have an incident. He had to come into the pit early, and they've had to change their game plan. So, good question mark is the game plan going to work for them now, or is it going to work for the likes of Luke Harvey? Or are we going to see Dane Warren come right back into the mix? We very well could. Any of these guys have a chance. A lot of it's luck today.
Blacklock just holds on from Postlethwaite into the carousel. Postlethwaite had a great run. Couldn't quite get the momentum done. And Blacklock's had to get out of the throttle there. Almost ran wide out of the carousel. And this is going to continue, I think, for this entire stint right now. Also some other battles going on back in the field. Hammond and Boyd are still going on, but we're going to stay with Postlethwaite and Blacklock because this is going to be intense. And this could decide podium or race winning this race with these 2 guys. It's going to be very, very tight for the next 22, 23 laps of racing. Just hearing as well, Forsen Al-Nabi found out what some of his issues were. He's having brake pedal issues. Technical issues are never fun in these cars. He is having them. We're just going to quickly look. The throttle control car gone rogue.
Can't even say it right.
Sorry, I'm not going to try and say it right. It's Shane
No,
Rayner
cool.
looking up the inside of Simon Mazzomo, and he's going to get it done here.
Or is he? Simon's going to hold in there.
New Zealand sim racing car, he could be a shot at getting involved here. Not quite close enough yet.
Great to see the NZ Sim Racing guys out here having a crack today.
Great to see how many cars they've got out there on track
Oh.
too. I think they've got 3 cars out there. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Such a range from all these different teams.
Going to go back to that battle for third
Oh.
because it's on again.
Wow. I'll tell you
Blacklock was
what,
nearly in the fence.
Blacklock pretty much said goodbye to that right hand side wing mirror.
Postlethwaite not quite close enough at this stage, but Blacklock, Postlethwaite still lapping pretty much identical lap times between the top 4 cars, or top 3 cars I should say. As Rizzo is a little bit slower than Warren, but Warren, Blacklock, Postlethwaite all very much identical. Harley Haber is the fastest car on track, and just noticing him side by side with Michael Hammond at the moment.
Here we go. Ooh, this is such a dangerous corner. It's it doesn't look that dangerous, but when you're on the outside, if you get the run and you're there, well, you slightly tag that person in front of you, there can be an incident very, very quickly.
Oh, have a look at the run that Haber's got here. He's going to get past very, very quickly. Of course, new tyres versus old tyres here. And that is moved done. Haber back into 5th position. So Rizzo leads 2.2 seconds, separate those 2 cars. Just hearing a car around. Didn't pick up who that was. There was a car around. Was it Postlethwaite around? At the final corner, I believe it was Postlethwaite. LeBlanc instant replay coming up on screen for you right now. Glen Postlethwaite around at the final corner, just looped it around. Big moment at the second last corner, just avoided the wall. That was close. The 88 car now back in 6th position, with Jamie McKnight tucked right in under his rear wing. And those tyres will be hurting big time right now.
He was so lucky to get away with that, Jay.
He almost hit the
just
inside
tagged,
wall.
Yeah, well, he just tagged the grass as he exited the left-hander, and yeah, that was on from that point. Really, he couldn't control it, and was so lucky not to clip that inside wall.
I'll continue on, continue to fight, continue to push on. And we were talking earlier about incident points and potential for penalties. No one's really there at the moment, which is great to see. We thought that we might have seen a few drivers get into issues with race control and penalty points, but not really seeing it anywhere near as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, I think because we've just generally got quite a bit of, you know, it's quite forgiving. And you got runoffs, so people kind of, yeah, you don't really have those issues. One person who I know will be at the hit list will be Mike Corliss. He's out of the car now, but I reckon they're lining him up for a penalty.
I've been given admin, so maybe I'll do that at some point.
There we go.
I'll just
there we go.
give him a
Watch
black
out,
flag just
Mike
for the sake of
Corliss.
it.
It's your chance now.
Just seeing Dane Warren in the pit, so he is in after 70 laps. Now, interesting, 50 laps to go, 25 laps to a stint. The 57 car reverse engineering the race from this point right now. Get it home from here. One more stop.
Yeah, so how was that? So we've got Rizzo at the front there. They're 12 laps into their stint. They need to stop 2 more times. They have to.
Yep. Blacklock and Haber, Postlethwaite, they're going to be really borderline on 2 more stops.
Yeah, so
whether it's 2 or 1 from here, it's going to be really close.
Yeah, you're
They're going to have to save a lot of fuel under safety car to probably do it in 1 stop, but you know, it can be done. But yeah, Rizzo, the Trick Sim Sports guys definitely will have 2 more stops.
Yes. Are they going to stop though? It all depends on that safety car, Jay.
Yep.
What's going to happen there? And I think that, you know, you've got to really you know, question yourself and go, okay, well, do we pit now under the safety car? Normally that's what you would do, or do you have enough just to maybe try and get you, but you need to save a little bit more, or save quite a lot? Well, isn't it? No, a lot of luck comes into play.
Yep. And there's only one person that knows when the safety car is going to be called, and
It's certainly not me.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that I am the person that knows, but Brett Loxton
go.
is the fastest car out on circuit at the moment. The guys in sim know who the person is, so guys out on track know who the magic man is. Loxton is the fastest car on track, and he's closed up on Chris Robinson very, very quickly. This 209 car, definitely still in with a shot. They've dropped off from where we would expect them to be, but they're still doing a great job. Up 4 places from their qualifying position. We know that the race pace is always good with Brett Loxton and also Michael Cracknell. I think one thing though that they'll probably struggle with is making sure that they've got a setup that suits both of them. New driver combos always have trouble later in the stint with tyre life based on how they have their cars set up. That's true for Loxton. Even getting that move done, he was still one of the fastest cars out on track. Fastest car at the moment.
Move down the back. Listen, P20 battling with.
Matt Morris and Josh Anderson.
Yep, here we go. These guys going out. He's going to throw it up the inside.
Oh. Anderson said earlier, I was talking to him before the race, that really struggles with these cars. He can't drive them as well on low fuel. He really struggles to drive the car on low fuel. Even in qualifying spec, he can't do it. He needs to drive with a full tank of fuel.
Yes.
It really does hurt that car's any advantage that it has in regards to pace later in the stints, but we know how quick he is.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it is actually amazing. When I did myself and I was racing in this series, is the car feels a lot more comfortable when you have a full fuel, and a lot of teams back in the day would do qualifying with full fuel loads, and it wouldn't make a huge amount of difference. But then when you lose the fuel, it is a lot different to drive, and yeah, I can see where he comes from.
Yeah, someone that doesn't drive the car a great deal, it's probably no real surprise. But Matt Morris just lost 2 spots there, but old tyres versus new tyres there, no real surprise. Amazing that we still have 33 cars on the lead lap. It's incredible.
Yep, that is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Here's Joshua Anderson, a very good driver, and as well as on the sim, did a lot of Skip Barber stuff, and he can really jump into any car and be right on pace.
Oh, you did a great job in the Aussie Racing Car Series last year as well. He was consistently up there, top 5.
Yep.
Great job in that series, and very, very good friend to us.
Justin Ruggier?
Yeah, Justin Ruggier did a great job as well, and fingers crossed both those guys can be back out on track again this year. Justin's working on some things in the background, and no announcement yet. It's Glen Postlethwaite back through on Michael Hammond. So Loxton through on Ian Bird, and the teammates are going to battle now for a little moment. We've got Chris Robinson and Ian Bird together out on track. Reached another one of these lulls in the race. Actually, we've got another little battle. It's been got. Whoa! Yep, then back in the wall.
Oh, there we go. I'll tell you what, that was coming.
We both saw the exact same thing there. We thought that it was going to be all over a little bit earlier, and that car is crabbing now. You can see the damage with that car.
Yep, nothing worse than a crabbing car. Get into the pit lane.
Another car that is limping, Jeff Gauci in the Delta Force 021 car. It is stopped going up the S's. Pick up one. I'm going to say a blown engine coming into turn 1. My guess here.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right there, Jay.
Boom, there it goes.
Engine. Bang, so the guys will be upset. But it happens so easily.
Yeah, it does.
engine, it's something real, like when an engine's getting tow, when it's getting hot, when it's being used and it's hitting the rev limiter, you know, multiple times a lap, it starts to wear out a bit, and it just takes that one time just to over rev it slightly, and well, off to the engine builder it goes.
On screen, the battle for 20th position between Delta Force Racing, the 232 car, Martin Casey at the wheel, and Adam Gardner in the 031 Redback Racing Team LeBlanc as they come up through the S's. Just behind them too is Matt Morris, and we saw Matt get past not that long ago by the LeBlanc cars.
Lots of LeBlanc cars out there. WRT's presence is definitely known here, and
Yep.
yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you what, that new livery that they have done, I think looks fantastic.
Whoa! Casey in the wall. Just had a bit of a moment. Matt Morris had nowhere to go but into the rear. I don't think Morris did anything wrong there. But that's heavy impact for Martin Casey. Tell you what, Delta Force Racing, they must have just ran over a black cat because they've had both cars involved in incidents at the same time.
Yeah, wow. Was there a bit of contact there?
There was contact, but I don't think Morris did anything wrong.
No.
I think Casey was already going.
Yeah, it was certainly hard to pull it up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was gone. He may have been able to pull it back, but yeah, certainly he was already.
He was already crossed up before Morris. I don't think Morris had anywhere to go but into the rear. Casey's brought it into the pits, but how heartbreaking is that? Delta Force Racing, they're hoping for top 15s tonight. That was their aim, to get a top 15, and they've had both cars involved in an incident on the exact same lap, which is heartbreaking. We go back to Michael Hammond, now being chased down by another car, that being Jamie McKnight.
McKnight. Yeah, those guys are doing a good job out there. P6 at the moment. We're up to P4, so they've got to be happy with their race. They've just got to stay out of trouble now and hope for the best, I reckon.
Just been sent a message from Mike Koroloff asking what's his getting carried business. Hello to Mike. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Yeah, there we go. Absolutely fantastic to see you out there having a run tonight, Mike. Yeah, well, we certainly didn't see you.
Not bad for a deaf driver,
season.
we'll say that.
Yeah.
Not bad for a deaf driver. He'll take that.
Yeah, but hey, he's been a deaf driver for 10 years, mate. Sorry, Mike.
Speaking of dev drivers that have developed themselves up the top split, hello, Mr. Brenton O'Brien. We're just watching your teammate, your sister car on screen at the moment, Jamie McKnight, currently in 6th, and looks like they might be able to take 5th. Going all right.
Yeah, they are. They're going all right, and their pit strategy is going to be pretty tight on fuel, I'll be honest with you. But, yeah, with another safety car, they should get it home pretty safely. But I'm doing my debut teammate, James Scott, tonight. It's his first enduro with us, and we've hit some hurdles early, but we're fighting through now. We're going all right.
So I was saying earlier, it's great that he's been picked up by you guys. I know he's with the All-Star Motorsports crew and drove with Marlon McMullen in the Enduros as well. He's really improved since he's jumped in with you guys as McKnight up the inside here on Hammond. He's come a long way in the few weeks, pretty much in the last 3 months. He's really improved out of sight.
Yeah, he has. And when he asked to come on board, a quality fella as well. Like, it's not until they actually start talking to him on Discord, you actually find out who they really are. Good guy to talk to. It's the same with Kyle Stokes. You know, like, I didn't know him from a bar of soap, let's be honest. You see his results, always pretty strong. And again, one of these up-and-comers. But, you know, when you're in the same Discord chat with them, mate, they're so easy to talk to, really good to get along with. And, you know, they do the team thing and, you know, drive nice and steady, these Enduros. The race is about to start shortly after the next safety car. So let's see how they go then.
And you're exactly right, just getting back on that point, is it's so, you know, it's such a friendly environment, isn't it? Some racing, and you create good friends from it, and go and do what you absolutely love with like-minded people, and that's how kind of teams start. You know, people all on the same Discord, and then you know decide to do something together and move on to bigger and better things, and you know, make a successful team like yourself, Brenton, and you guys have been around for a little while now and do an absolutely fantastic job, and currently out there looking good. Jamie's doing a fantastic job out there on track.
Yeah, Jamie, he's doing a good job, really good job. You like
Oh!
ERT?
Right on cue, he's just made a little bit of contact with Hammond and nearly looped it.
I didn't see that. I don't want to talk about it.
Main thing.
Oh, well, ERT hit some hurdles, what, 6-7 months ago type thing, but it was, well, we lost a lot of drivers, there's no hiding behind that, but it was friendly enough. Like, there was no aggro, there was no friction at all. It was just, you know, some guys wanted to go off and do other things, and ERT as a team, like, we love our V8s, and, you know, we're always fully committed to the V8s. Sorry, Scafey. Yeah, so to pick up these guys like Kyle and James, yeah, maybe one or two coming as well later on, just before Scops. Yeah, it's working really, really well again. We're really happy.
That's absolutely fantastic to see. It's yeah, you're exactly right. Teams do take hits, and you know, it's just about the bounce back really, and getting new people on, and yeah, there's always going to be change in teams and people moving off to do their own thing, and yeah.
Every team goes through it
so.
too. Every single team out there goes through it. We've just seen Trans-Tasman Racing the last week have the same thing we saw early last year and late last year as well. TTL go through the same thing. We've seen All Star Motorsports go through it. SSR's gone through it. Everyone goes through it at some point.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. And like I said, ours was very amicable. Like Simon wanted to start his own team. He told me quite a long way out, and we worked together to make it happen. And we as a team as ERT, like, we're really, super happy with how Altus are going. They've done a fantastic job. Same sponsors as us. Yeah, they're doing an outstanding job on a more probably global scale with the GTE and the Porsche now. But yeah, our bread and butter series is still the V8. We love the V8, and look, we've got some significant changes coming in ERT in the next few weeks. But we'll always have an ERT car on the grid.
Sanford around, a little bit of contact between he and Matthew Deere as he tried to get the move up the inside into turn one. The 57 car's been in the walls throughout the race, and Jamie's back on the tail of Hammond again.
I think Hammond's on pretty old tyres by now, I would think.
Yeah, 22 lap old versus Jamie's 11 lap old tyres. And Hammond in the wall, just held on. That's the easiest move that Jamie will make all race. Hammond making a mistake. He might have to come in now and get this pit stop done rather than a few more laps.
Yeah, they're going to want to try and get to 26 laps to go. I know I heard you say 25 laps is your number, but you can quite easily make it home from 26, especially with the temperature going up. So yeah, I know with our car, the 26, we're fine. We got no dramas at all with one stopping. I know you've probably got your finger on the button when that bloody safety car comes out, and that's just going to cause panic amongst everybody.
What are you saying? You're referring to me having the magic button?
Yes, you have got the magic. You told us before.
Yeah, I do. I didn't actually say
that on the broadcast.
I didn't actually say it. I just implied that I may have the magic number as our car's losing another spot as Josh Anderson up the inside of Simon Mazzomo. Have a go, Mazzomo.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, doing better than what I thought they would be.
Well, Cam's still to get back in the car too, so that might be all right.
Oh, then they'll be all right. Yeah, so they'll be fine.
So, what's the plan for this weekend? A big weekend of sim racing, probably the biggest weekend of sim racing for the whole year. You guys are representing in the 24 and also the majors?
Yeah, well, no, not the majors in all honesty. We've got the GTE Pro Qualifying Series, which has kind of been turned on its head over the last 24 hours with the announcement that you can change cars. That was pretty happy. Yeah. And we've got Daytona 24, obviously. So is that a major event? I don't know. So yeah, we're running in that. We're running C7, but it's just the timing's not great, is it? I know there's a pretty tight calendar, but running the GTE Pro Qualifying Series at the same time as the Daytona 24, so we're kind of driver restricted there. It's important for our team to get some pro drivers next year, so yeah, they're focusing on that.
Seeing another overtake. We've got more overtakes going on. Is it Josh Anderson, I must say Anderson's done a great job in this stint. Not bad for a Porsche driver. He'll openly admit that he's not a V8 driver. He's doing a very, very good job out on track.
He did a great job last week, last Friday night on the opening round. He was right there or thereabouts. There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
You're right, I did have my finger on the magic button ready to go. Safety car is out on track. And this has thrown an absolute cat amongst the pigeons because everyone will be scratching their head wondering what to do right now. The cars are probably in a good spot. The Cross Continental number 100 car, because they were due to come in the pits anytime soon, but this is really going to mix up this field.
Yeah, it is, and you can kiss any chance of a fuel saving to get home goodbye here. So, yeah, it's those who have got less fuel in the car. And I would imagine there's like guys like Ross Rizzo's got to put a lot of fuel in. There's a lot of cars that are going to be putting a lot of fuel in. I know there's a lot that won't be putting much in at all. So there'll be a massive change in the positions after this pit stop. And because you pressed that button, Jay, thank you.
You need to
that.
leave.
I have to leave.
Thanks for coming in, mate.
No, look forward to it. See you, boys.
Cheers, mate.
How to get rid of Brenton? Press a button.
I was like, oh, geez, I better press the button. He's talking too much.
It's not like that, mate.
See you guys.
We're
See
not
you,
getting
mate.
you in here. Cheers.
So, 40 laps to go when they come across the line and pick up the iRacing Roof safety car, which means we'll have 38 laps of green flag running left at the end of this race. This is going to be really, really tight at the end.
Well, it certainly is. Who is going to be able to triumph from this? It's the big question. Really, you can't predict it. This track, you can't predict it in any endurance race in V8 supercars, but this track in particular, we've got literally 15 guys that could take it out.
Yeah.
If it works in their favour.
Yeah. There's so many cars out there that could steal this race based on what's going on at the moment. But safety car out on lap number 79, now lap 80. Field's starting to slow. We're going to take our final break of the evening here on the iRacing Esports Network. This is the West End Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship. We'll be back very, very soon as we get ready to get into the final stint of racing. Don't forget, this weekend you have the Daytona 24-hour, but also coming up this year here on the iRacing Esports Network, new World Championship, thanks to Porsche. We are about to go green here in the Australian Online Supercar Championship, presented by West End Mazda and LeBlanc. We are SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Esports Network, and we are about ready to get underway. My name is Jay Kennedy, alongside Scott Fountain. Fonty, it's going to be an awesome finale to this race, and it's been really mixed up with how the strategy's played out. A lot of cars did not pit under that caution, which is very, very surprising. The lead one being the car of Harley Haber, who now leads this race.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. What an interesting race we have had, and green flag flies, and hey, we're at the point of the race now where the drivers are seriously getting tired, and we've got an incident on the front straight already. There, oh, Trick Sim Sports.
Oh, wow.
Jay, wow, we have got Trick Sim Sports being turned around, and that is day done.
That's
wow.
really going to hurt their race because there's no more cautions to come.
Wow, I'm
the
going to
field
go
just
back
checked
and
up
have
a little
look
bit
at
there. We've got a LeBlanc replay on screen, and a few guys just jumped a little bit early at the restart. They saw the green flag, and other guys weren't ready to jump. And, oh! The Zuva car there. Did the Zuva car cut across and make contact with the Stealth Simforce car? And Rizzo, just an innocent bystander there. Need another replay of that. Exactly what has happened. Loxton made contact there with the Stealth Simforce car. I'm not sure who that was, but huge incident. Have a look at this big pack of cars here with all the guys that have pitted. The cars that have pitted, now the leader of that pack.
This is dangerous. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh, how did that ASM car get through there? We've got two ASM cars caught up here. Now these guys need to charge through the field as fast as they can, because they're in a very vulnerable position if they get held up. And that looks like Wayne Burke.
Yep.
Hanging on the back there too. So Wayne will be definitely in amongst this as well.
Blacklock's the effective race leader. He's the one that has pitted, but obviously everyone still needs at least one more pit stop. Postlethwaite really close to the back of the Delta Force racing car. They almost made contact with the car of Martin Casey, but this restart, absolute gaggle of cars here, just really struggling. And Dane Warren is very slow. He's hit the wall. Have a look at the damage to the front of that car.
Yeah, wow, okay, so what has happened here? Not a good day. Oh, done. Race done for Warren. He's given up. We got to go back and have a look though, see what's actually happened. Okay, so
where did that how far back is that incident happened?
Oh, that's at last corner.
Okay.
Just before the last corner, three cars come together. He didn't even clip the wall. Contact with another car, so
it was Wayne Burke that made contact into the rear, and then they've made contact with the 227 car of Simon Villa. He had nowhere to go. He was an innocent bystander there as well. So lap cars trying to get out of the way sometimes can cause issues unintentionally. The front of the field, though, Harley Haber has broken away. Of course, they still need to make 2 pit stops. Chris Robinson in second needs to make 2 pit stops. Sam Blacklock in third needs to make 1 more stop. When Postlethwaite side by side here with Darren McKenzie. McKenzie does need to make 2 stops. Doesn't fight that too hard. Michael Taliancic not too far behind as well, getting involved here. But, this field is so mixed up now.
Well, now it is definitely anyone's race, Jay.
Just keeping it out of trouble, I think, is the key right now.
That's exactly it. You've got, you've got really experienced guys with not so experienced guys, and when the pit stop kind of puts you behind those guys, but you need to chase as you can. You're making big, desperate moves, and maybe those moves that you're making on those not so experienced guys, you don't get left of room, or they're not that confident running side by side. So you can have these incidents, which is what we've seen. And Forza and Nabi, they've tangled up on the start. We've seen Dane Warren go out. Now those two were our heavy hitters of the race.
Well, they were 2 of our favourites, really, weren't they? At the start of the race, they were 2 that we would have said would have been right there at the end and potentially to win. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Looks like crown someone as a different winner from what we were originally thinking. So, oh, who's that running off there? Dion Peters running right out to the wall through the carousel, just getting out of the way. I think he's realised that not pitting is probably not been the right move.
Oh, Darren McKenzie, side-by-side action going on here.
Yep, Michael Taliancic.
Here we go. Are we going to get through? Supercar making room. It'll be Brett Loxton.
I think Loxton will be feeling a little bit cagey after that unintentional mishap at the restart. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there with Ian McKenzie was there. McKenzie very, very sideways. Could just be the old tyres. Hard to tell from the angle we had. He's also got Postlethwaite through on David Starton in the New Zealand sim racing entry. They had both entries in the top 5 at one point.
Battle here. He's trying to get himself past one of the ended sim racing cars, and he's going to pop it into the last corner and get the move done. Good move there by McKnight. That moves him into P number 5. So good driving for them so far. He's defending into turn 1. Dion Peters, Tregarthen going out. We've got a car in the pit lane now.
Yeah, Dion Peters has come into the pits after running wide through the carousel. I think he's got a little bit of damage on his car, so he's come into the pits. Brett Loxton looking really quick. Fastest driver on track at the moment is Wayne Burke as well, even with that damage. Watch Loxton here. Loxton, Taliancic, Starton, McKnight. All very, very close. McKnight's starting to break away, but that New Zealand sim racing car on old tyres is really struggling. Taliancic through. Loxton not quite able to do so yet.
So, having a look up the front though, Haber has opened up to a huge gap. 3.8 seconds back to his teammate of Chris Robinson. Those guys are on at 19 of distance, so running a different strategy to Blacklock. The big question is who's good enough at saving fuel? Who can make this work? We've got a lot of laps left, so Haber probably needs to lift off the gas a little bit.
On board with Jack Boyd here, side by side with Thomas McMillan. McMillan has been in the wars throughout the race. You know the pace that he does have, as we also seen Wayne Burke making moves through the field. They're up to 11th. Remember, not that long ago, they were a lap down, about 37th position. Got themselves back on the lead lap and into 11th. They're doing a great job.
They are doing a great job. McMillan is he's a good driver. He generally see him. He does get tangled up though in incidents. Oh, big moment for him there coming onto the front straight.
Just getting a replay up on screen of something's happened to Tony Gaffer. Not sure exactly what's gone on with him. He's had a technical issue by the looks of it. He's in the pits, so he's maybe raced on. I know that his teammate in Nick Posler was having internet issues at the moment, so he was unable to get in the car at one stage. But Brett Loxton with the run, and you can hear he's already out of the throttle. Or is he on the limiter? Running out of air. It's hard to make passes when you're out of momentum before the end of the straight. We've got massive pack of cars here. Oh, Rayner! Contact between he and Daniel Stevens as he just come across right in front of Stevens.
Oh, there's big battle going on here.
Nathan
Huge
Tregarthen.
battle. Thomas McMillan back in this pack. Cars in front of him as well. This could be a recipe for disaster.
Yep, you've got Luke Page on the outside in the KRF car. You've got Nathan Tregarthen in the Stealth Simforce car. You've also got Jack Boyd, who we just saw before. You've also got a lap down car, the CMR car there of Stuart Crawford. They're 3 wide. You also got Jason Bentz in there, who those guys somehow have turned themselves into a contender with an alternate strategy.
Oh, Burke, and
Darren McKenzie, yep, side by side coming into the second last corner. So Burke now up into 9th position. Now, one thing I was looking at as well, Blacklock. Let's keep an eye on the gap between he and the leader. It was 6 seconds a lap and a half ago. It is now under 5. We know that all of these guys will have at least one more stop. We're hearing that maybe, just maybe, the Redback Racing Team cars could make it on one stop. They're going to have a very, very long pit stop. But they're going to be right on it for fuel. They're going to be so close. So they are saving a little bit of fuel now to make it home.
Yeah, you can see that the times have really dropped off from them. So they're identical times, 1:48.3s for both of those two cars. Blacklock 1:47.5, Postlethwaite 1:47.7, McKnight 1:47.8. So yeah, definitely lifting off now, trying to make it.
Yeah, an 8/10 of a second advantage in Blacklock's favour last lap. They can make it to the magic number we're hearing, that 26 is the number, not 25 as we were saying before. I think it's to Brett O'Brien. So if it's 26, you may be able to stretch that to 27. As here in the track temp is increasing, actually is. It's almost up to 30 degrees. So definitely increasing. And have a look at Hard Luck Story in the pits. Ross Rizzo, Quick Sim Sports, coming to get some damage fixed. 32 laps to get it home from here. There's no way he can make it on fuel. Still has to make another stop. Looks like 097 is retiring from the race, so there's a surprise. That's not something that we would have thought was happening or would happen in this race.
Hey, but that's endurance racing for you. You can be here at 1 minute and then in half a second it can all be over. We will, however, see the Trick Sim Sports car come back and be very dominant in the future, I am sure.
100%. Just unfortunate that they got caught out in the restart. There's a couple of cars that decided to jump a little bit early, and then other cars that were made contact, and definitely unintentional, knowing that the drivers involved, there would never have been any intent. Oh, Matthew Deere, big lockup, gives James Scott a little bit of a push.
There we go.
And McMillan's going to take advantage. Also, Jason Benz is going to try and take advantage here.
Yeah,
and he does.
This is going to be the point of the race where we see some big changes.
Oh, Benz had to get out of the throttle.
Now, so Deere struggling out there. Looks like his tyres. So he's only on lap 7 of his stint. Longest stint out there is the guys at the front there. So actually, we've had Blacklock
through. Oh, and through. Just overruns the corner.
So he's going to make it hard. So Robinson's going to make it hard for Blacklock to get past here.
Of course he is. That's for the potential race lead. It's going to be as tough as he can make it, Chris Robinson. And heard that they may be okay for one stop on fuel, so it's going to be really, really close. Hearing that it's actually the hardware failure to Forza El Nabi that's going to cause the DNF for his 097 car.
Unfortunate for those guys. Nothing worse than hardware failure.
Side by side here, got James Scott, Thomas McMillan, former teammates at All Star Motorsports. Jason Benz involved in that there.
James Scott doing a good job. He's just going to have the move thrown on him. McMillan's trying to get through here. He's driving very well. It is a tough journey for him from the back of this pack to get forward, but fantastic job at that.
The gap between Blacklock and Haber is under 4 seconds. It's side by side still, Benz and McMillan. Amazing battle going on between these two. Jack Boyd's getting in. Oh, McMillan, big slide. This is all over. Big, big impact in the wall.
This is going to be a chain effect. I don't want to see the end result of it. That is dangerous.
That's what we were talking about earlier, side by side. Never goes well.
Absolutely gutted.
Yep.
Driving so well, and yep, that's all it takes. It's such a dangerous part of the circuit.
Yeah,
side by side, you can do it, but when you're nearly 100 laps through a race, chances are that the person who you're driving next to, or even yourself, can make a small mistake, which ends it for you very quickly.
Yep. No, one thing about that, you just got caught offline a little bit. There's no grip offline, so get caught out in the marbles, the car goes sideways. That wall is so close. One point of the track, there is no runoff at all, and unfortunate for McMillan and also for Josh Anderson. They are out of the race by the looks of things. Maybe able to get back out there. I'm not sure if they've still got a spare car, but a tough night for All-Star Motorsports with the 57 not having much luck. They've retired from the race, and now the 248 also running into bad luck. They were fighting for top 10. They were looking like they should pretty much get a top 10, the pace that they had, so disappointing end of the race.
Yeah, it certainly is, but that's why you come in racing, isn't it? It's, sometimes it works out for you, other times you walk away with the tail between your legs, but you try harder the next time you come out. And I tell you what, I reckon with all of what's happened, we've seen our two big contenders, no longer in the race. Forza Nabi, hardware failure, caught up in an incident. Aim Warren, he was caught up in 2 incidents in this race, came back from the first one, but the second one is going to finish it for him. So this race can be really any of this top 10, I feel. Looking at the times, yeah, they definitely could do it. Blacklock probably is the fastest on paper by what you see as results, but Haber certainly won't give it up to him easily. And Jamie McKnight, wouldn't it be cool to see him get on the podium?
Guess we'll have to get the beeper ready if we're doing an interview post-race if he gets on the podium.
I know. On the pre-warning, I think, because they'll be happy, and fair enough too, because pretty big field here. 46 cars we started with, and we've still got 38 of them running.
Yep, still 38, and still got 25 on the lead lap at this stage. The CMR Team Black 333 car has got themselves back onto the lead lap, which probably an hour and a half ago you would have thought was impossible. Jason Bent's still side by side with Jack Boyd up the inside into the final corner. Matthew Deere trying to get through. With the view that Deere's got over under, comes around the outside there. Jack Boyd held on and keeps the position. Good driving from Boyd.
Absolutely fantastic driving from Boyd. I tell you what this teaches you. If you're you haven't done too much sim racing before, but you come into a race like this, it teaches you really a lot about sim racing and how to drive and builds your confidence, doesn't it?
Now, if you are watching us live on Facebook, our Facebook stream unfortunately will end soon due to 4-hour time restriction on Facebook, but you can continue to join us over on YouTube on the iRacing Esports Network. The link is in the description. So if you are watching us on Facebook Live, click on the link in the description and you can continue to watch the finale of this awesome race that we have got no idea who's going to win. This is exactly what we want endurance racing to be, and love endurance racing for this reason. Hard, tight battles coming right down to the wire. The last round of pit stops will decide who wins this race.
Yep, you're certainly right. Pit stops. It's so much different from sprint racing. Sprint racing just all out, go hard out, but there's so much more dynamic to it. And your team is just a big team effort, isn't it? We've got the 2 drivers, or even more than that, and a team manager, and someone making the calls, and you can leave this event. These guys will be finishing tonight. They'll be absolutely knackered from it. And,
so are we.
Yeah, we are.
We leave these absolutely knackered. It's about 40 degrees in my studio. It's very, very hot. It's been a big heat wave over here in Australia. Nowhere near as hot in NZ. You wouldn't know what to expect if you come over for this, Fonty. Especially when you go back to London again.
Oh, I know. Well, yeah, I've told you this before, but I've done 3 summers in a row from being in Europe. Yeah, 43 degrees, that's what I experienced in Croatia in July, August, and my situation in a van with no air conditioning, it wasn't easy. So, I know exactly what you're going through, but yeah, it's amazing how, and these guys will be going through the same thing, if not worse, because most of these guys are in Aussie as well, and in other places even than Melbourne. And it's like driving a real car, isn't it? These guys would be at, potentially, depending on their room size, if no aircon room could get it. It's exactly what in a race car.
Yep, definitely. It's very, very hot. Need to get a cool suit for next summer, I reckon, Fonty. We might have to invest in a cool suit for the broadcast booth.
You reckon? that'll be interesting. Yeah, love it.
do have the aircon, but it's just too noisy, unfortunately. As we're watching Michael Taliantic, he looks like he's got more pace than Brett Loxton, but just not getting the move done. I'm wondering if he's just happy tucking in fuel saving for now, knowing that he's going to undercut and get the jump and stop anyway.
Yeah, probably right, I think, mate. It's yeah, you've really got to, at this point in the race, you know, you're not going to go leaps and bounds unless there's a big incident that holds everybody up.
Leader in the pits. Here we go, Harley Haber, and also, oh, it's contact between he and is that the 333 car, Mullen McMullen. There was contact between those two cars coming into the pits. So Blacklock now leads. Haber is going to try and do 27 laps on a stint. This is going to be a really interesting fight. Blacklock leads in the Ace Tennis race at number 5. Chris Robinson's going to go one more. They still need to pit one more full tank of fuel to get it home, so they'll do 26 laps in their last stint. Postlethwaite, McKnight, Loxton, Taliantic, Burke, pretty much the rest of the top 10, all on the same strategy. We'll see where Harley Haber pops out. Looks like he's staying in the car for this final stint too.
Yeah, well, good driver as Harley come a long way. You know, he has really improved since joining Redback Racing Team a few months back, and yeah, been driving fantastically. Got caught up in an incident, you know, last Friday night, which was the first one I've seen in months. So yeah, those guys are lining up themselves pretty good here for the finish. Let's just wait and see, and if they've got the fuel to do it.
Very long stop for Haber as we're seeing Taliantic up the inside of Loxton. He's still stopped. This is now 60 seconds for the pit stop. I'm wondering if you're speeding in the pit lane. Away he goes, 59-second pit stop. That is very long. A tank of fuel is usually only about 40 seconds. Taliantic not quite able to get it done. He looks like he wants to get this move done now, knowing that pretty much at this point here you can pit and get it home. See Chris Robertson jump into the pits, I'm fairly sure. Going to go one more by the looks of things. No, into the pits he comes as we're on board here with Taliantic. 26 laps to go. One stop left for everybody.
The final stop. The home run. Only home run, which is the hardest part of the race, really, isn't it?
Definitely is, and hard luck story for the race. We've got Ross Rizzo jumping in the booth with us. Ross, unfortunate end of the night. It definitely hasn't gone to plan.
Yeah, absolute heartbreaker. More so to do with you know, the hardware issues of Forzan, because we were looking really strong at the halfway point of the race. Like, I ticked over my minimum driver point, and if at any point the pedals were going to be fixed, we were going to pit the moment Forzan was ready, and then eventually have just Forzan scream home to the end, regardless of those fuel saving or whatnot. We were looking pretty good, I've got to say, so I'm pretty dejected that it's unfolded this way, but hey, that's racing and sim racing at its finest.
Mentioning before that it's been a complete turnaround from what you had last season. You had everything go right for you, especially the first round where you stole the win at the last point of the race, and complete polar opposite this time. You've gone from being heroes to zeros in this one, unfortunately.
Well, everything was going right until that final safety car. I was kind of like, come on, just buy some more time, and then it didn't happen. But you're right, we had an amazing year last year. A lot of stuff went our way. I mean, you can't have a lot of success without a lot of luck, but you've also got to work for know what to do in those situations and stuff like that. So we're really grateful for what we've done. But yeah, this is a bit of a reality check, and I guess you got to have those every now and then, because the success has been rolling in a lot lately. So yeah, it was a good night, it's good fun, and I hope to come back stronger for the next one.
Will we see you next week in the next sprint round, or just doing the enduro schedule this season?
Probably just the enduros and the sprints that I want to do. What's the next round, by the way?
Donington Park next round.
Oh, okay. I guess I got to show up then. I really like Donington Park.
Yep, running the national circuit once again, which is a short circuit. That should be good fun next week, and then Daytona Road in 2 weeks' time, which I know you've had success there last season, so it should be good fun as well.
Yeah, yeah, both of those I'll look forward to. So you'll see us back on track.
But good luck for the rest of the season. Unfortunate end to tonight, but good luck for next round and the rest of the season. And fingers crossed for you guys. You have a much better time next time out.
Thanks very much, guys. And also very quick apology to the cross-continental car that we had a big bash with at the at the sweeper. The Forzy's pedals were giving him drama then, but still it wasn't an ideal incident at all. But can't apologise for enough for that. But yeah, anyway, guys, best of luck and have.
Thank you very much, Ross. I've just also been told that the issues with Harley Haber was he actually ran out of fuel as he got into the pit. So the car was struggling to make it to the pit box. He had 0.2 of a litre of fuel in the tank when he actually pulled up in his box. So lucky to get away with that. He's back out on track. But a very, very slow drive down pit lane.
Very, very lucky, and yeah, it's not a nice feeling when a slap you kind of come around and you go, do I pit this lap? Do I risk it? Wow.
Risk it for the biscuit, don't you?
You risk it for the biscuit. No one remembers second, do they? You got to go for it.
Win it or bin it. This stage of the race, you've got everything to gain, nothing to lose. No, it's not really the strategy to do it that way, but now one thing as well, no drive-through penalties or no stop-and-go penalties throughout this race so far. No black flags for hitting the incident limit. And just a reminder again to our friends watching on Facebook. Facebook stream will be ending in around about 2 minutes time, so if you want to continue to watch the race and get to the end, find out who wins, please head over to our YouTube stream on the iRacing Esports Network, youtube.com/iRacing Esports Network, or just click the link in the video description and you can get yourself into the action and watch the end of this race. I'll tell you what, it's going to be one to watch because it is going to be an awesome finish. We also saw while we were talking to Ross Rizzo there that Jamie McKnight passed Glen Postlethwaite, finds himself in second position now. Any of these top five I think are really in it. I think it really comes down to these five.
Yeah, you're certainly right, mate. It's yeah, not long left in this race. Who's got the agility? Who's got the stamina? Who's got the, the focus? Who's got the fuel for one? 96 laps out of 119.
Remembering at any point from now, these guys can pit and make it home. So they someone will do something, and the first one to jump, everyone will follow to negate the undercut. I'm going to say Talyancic will stay out as long as he can. I reckon Loxton might be the one that will come in first.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, mate. I think you're definitely right, to be honest.
And I'm wrong. Jamie McKnight is the first to jump. So the Evolution Racing Team number 027 is in. Don't be surprised to see the rest of this top five in next lap. McKnight, 70 k's per hour down the pit lane. Very, very slow pace. Painful at this circuit considering how high the top speeds are at this track.
Are we going to stay in the car is the question. No. Jamie McKnight out, Kyle Stokes in. So Kyle, very fast driver, probably very similar pace, those two guys.
They're pretty evenly matched, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are. Probably one of the most evenly matched, pairings out there. But yeah, Kyle does a fantastic job, and maybe he's better at saving fuel. Maybe they know who's better at it. Maybe he's better at conserving tyres, or we may find out after the race.
It's definitely up for grabs right now, this race. So we now start to see the pit lane light up once again. Front of the field though, definitely not. Talyancic, I think, is really comfortable just hanging behind Brett Loxton here. Just happy hanging with him. He looks faster, but he's just not willing to make a move. Glen Postlethwaite looks like he's really struggling though, because pace has dropped off a lot.
Yeah, well, you look at how much rubber is down the track, Jay. There's so much, and it would be tyres to heat up very, very quickly and wear out. So
there we go, Postlethwaite in. No surprise that he's coming to negate that advantage from Kyle Stokes. Stokes will try and get the undercut. keep an eye on Stokes. Pit stop time for Stokes 37.1 seconds, so not a huge pit stop. We'll see what Postlethwaite's is. So Loxton now finds himself in second. Michael Taliancic in third. Stephen Varga, the 868 car, finds itself in fourth. They're doing a great job.
Yep, certainly are. Wouldn't have expected them to be right there. We didn't even see them right there.
Yep.
Pursuit Sim Racing doing an excellent job. And this is exactly it, Jay, is that, you know, all of these guys are, you know, out there having a crack today. And really, any of them could really take it out, because I certainly didn't expect to see Stephen Varga right up at the pointy end. Obviously, he is in lap 17. We have had a few of them make pit stops already.
Wow, look at the undercut for Jordan Ross. 7 seconds short of pit stop for Jordan Ross over the Evolution Racing Team 027.
Yeah,
Thought these cars were going to jump out together. 4.5 second advantage in the favour of Jordan Ross at the moment. Does he have to save fuel to get it home from here? Has he just gone and under-fueled to try and get some track position? I love these strategy games.
I just had a message from Jamie McNulty. Obviously was tuned into the broadcast, but he said that was one of my better drives tonight. Yes, no, you did a fantastic job, Jamie, I must say. Yeah, you guys are in a good position, and hopefully it all works out for you in the end. This is Watkins, Glen, and this is Supercar Racing, so keep your boy Kyle Stokes out of trouble. I'm sure he will. He's a good peddler.
Both good peddlers.
And, hopefully we'll chat with you at the end of the race, mate.
Some really, really interesting battles really starting to unfold at this point. As I just said, really, way too many times. James Scott, Jack Boyd. These guys very, very close on pace. Loxton and Taliancic are still going at it. Daniel Stevens, Simon Mazzomo. Hey, our car's in P11. Cam's still to get behind the wheel. We'll get up to 9th or 8th here. That'd be amazing if they did that. No hope. Gonna go back to the 26 versus the 38 though, because this is getting very, very tight. Look at the overspeed for Jack Boyd. He's going to get this done really easy. Into turn, or into the carousel, I should say. Nearly said turn 1. That'd be way out. You know, can confirm that fuel number that I gave before wasn't Harley Haber. It was Chris Robinson nearly running out of fuel. Haber did get a speeding and pit lane penalty, so that's why his pit stop was as long as it was.
Driving on the limit, and that's what happens when you drive on the limit.
He did get a little bump from Marlon McMullen behind, and that actually put him over the limit. So no ifs, buts or maybes.
Post-race investigation on that one.
I'm sure there will be. There's a post-race investigation from race control on every single incident between every car. So
please, that's not my role.
Yep, I'll pass on that too.
Yep, I must give a shout out to those guys at race control. Nick Haltzler, the man who really started AOSC a few years back.
Yep.
Really puts a lot of effort into this, and the team is really growing. And we came on board last season, and we've absolutely loved it, haven't we, Jay?
It's been good fun.
And you have missed.
I've missed one, and you've missed 2, and I've missed 1.
Yeah. So this is what we do on a Friday night.
Don't mind it either. It's good fun on a Friday night. Don't mind jumping in and watching some supercars. It's been a really cool, fun series. A little bit more casual than what we're used to, and that's what we enjoy about it. The racing is great. The battles are fantastic, and we see some different names from what we normally would see, which is what we like as well.
Well, you're exactly right, and it kind of gives an opportunity for people who have busy lives during the week, Monday to Friday, can't do the other stuff, to just at the end of their working week jump on and have the opportunity. They don't have to qualify, they don't have to do anything, they just jump on and have a practice. Yep. And occasionally, there's lots of people may turn up. You may not make it to the top split race, or you may not make it to that race, but chances are the next week when we run it, you'll make it again. And absolutely fantastic series, and we always try to cater for everybody, don't we, in the Aussie NZ community. So if you are thinking of jumping on, or you just got something to don't have much to do on a Friday night, a busy week, come on and have a crack, because a great bunch of people.
And don't forget, while you're watching as well, make sure you subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network. A massive weekend here on the iRacing Esports Network. Just looked at the schedule for the weekend, and it is a huge weekend. We'll be live tomorrow from 5:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time with the Majors Series, the Daytona 2.4. As I'm just noticing our leaders in the pits, just as I was about to talk about other stuff, we need to go back to the race because Blacklock in, Loxton in, Taliancic now leads this race, and it's going to be an interesting little piece of strategy, but massive weekend of racing here on the iRacing Esports Network. All sorts of series going on, and as we said, we've got the majors. Our series of the majors will be on tomorrow night, and then the rest of the worlds will be on Monday our time. But in between that will be the Daytona 24 with the same cars at the same track, which will be really cool and gives drivers a second option, or a second chance for the weekend of racing. So Blacklock back out, and he is out ahead of all of his contenders at the moment. Loxton in 8th position on track. Gap between Loxton and Blacklock is around about 6 seconds. 7 seconds?
Not that much. Yeah, well, exactly. If Loxton's got a bit more fuel, Sam was... Oh, I'll tell you what, I was just watching Kyle Stokes coming over the hill there, and he didn't want to get much closer than that, I'll tell you that for nothing. So I think we may see, we've got 18 laps left of this 119 lap race, Jay. We may see drivers really start to fatigue at this point now.
Well, one thing that will be really tough is the track temperature has gone up 10 degrees in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah,
Sun is shining on the track, it is heating up a lot. One thing that does put into advantage, it means that they will use less fuel. But the other thing is that they will be really struggling for tyre life. Getting it home on a set of tyres is going to be really tough. You want to do the least amount of laps as possible. So some of the guys that have stayed out a little bit longer could be at a big advantage at the end, like Taliancic, and saying that their lap pace now will be really struggling for it.
Yes, so we've just, it's 11:45 in the server time, so bang on midday, the sun is out and the sun is shining, and yeah, it's this is the toughest point of the race when, you know, you've driven and it's, the track's been very kind of similar the whole way through. Well, the sun comes up, crowd gets out of the way, things start to become very difficult very quickly.
100%. So see, there's not many shadows out there. Cloud cover has really moved as well. So sun is really affecting the track temp. The track temp is fluctuating quite a lot as the sun comes and goes with this cloud cover. But as you said, it's going to get into the hottest part of the day very soon. The track temp will start to climb, but on screen at the moment, Guy Leach, Greg Sharp. Up the inside goes Greg Sharp, and that's going to be move done, or is it? Oh, a little bit of contact there from Leach, but good job from Sharp to get the move done. So Sharp now into 17th. They have pitted and fueled up to get it home. Only about 4 cars left in the top 20 left to make their final stop. Not many cars left to make that stop, but Brett Loxton now actually get the official gap between Loxton and Blacklock, 7.7 seconds, as Michael Taliancic comes into the pits. This is going to be interesting to see where he comes out.
Pursuit Sim Racing, what a fantastic job they have done thus far in the race. And so these guys on screen.
100%, these guys have done a great job. McCarthy, Sam
Just
Blacklock.
seems so weird not seeing them in Trans-Tasman colours.
It seems weird to not see them in a red, white and black car, doesn't it?
I know.
It's weird to see them in a Ford too.
I know. That's the strangest thing of it all.
This is the first time Sam has done a race in the Ford Falcon, so, and they have driven the Commodore on iRacing. So now have a look at the lap time difference between Blacklock and Loxton. Last lap by for Blacklock, 47.5. Loxton 47.2, 0.3 of a second. The gap now 7.5 seconds. Michael Taliancic has come out not too far behind Jordan Ross. So Talyancic finds himself in a pretty good spot, effective 5th, judging by my timing. Tell you who's in a great spot, Wayne Burke, the One Performance Racing guys. They could steal a podium here. They were a lap down not that long ago.
Oh, well, we've seen Wayne loop it around, get involved in 2 incidents, and he's still in the hunt. That's so cool to see, you know, you've always got a chance to come back and do it.
I think that's the thing we like most about this series is how much opportunity there is for guys to come back after misfortune. Just trying to calculate numbers in my head at the moment. Let me just work out.
2 + 2 is 4, Jay.
Thank you. I had to take my shoes off for that.
Yep, that's okay.
So 25 laps they'll have to do in this fuel stint. They're going to make it home. So at the moment, One Performance Racing look like they could be on to steal a podium away. It's on between Middle Finger Racing and Synergy Sim Racing as Jordan Ross goes through on Daniel Stevens. Good job from the Middle Finger Racing boys. They're still yet to come in and make their final stop, but they're doing a very, very good job. And Middle Finger Racing grown a little bit as well in the last little while. Great to see so many cars from those guys out on track. It's Daniel Stevens in the pits to make his final stop.
Yeah, I think, Jay, that hard for Burke to hold off Ross. We've seen Ross pace, and the fact that he has done 3 more laps than what Ross has. Lap 9. Yeah, okay, so they're okay on fuel, so no worry about that. But hey, those 2 guys are very good drivers. We know how fast Wayne is. We know how fast Jordan is. I think that's going to be the battle to watch.
Yeah, I agree. In saying that, Loxton last lap by half a second quicker than Blacklock. So that's now down to 7 seconds. This is not over between any of the top 4 positions at the moment. Michael Talyancic is closing in on Jordan Ross too. So Talyancic isn't out of a podium spot too. He's closing up very, very quickly on Jordan Ross. 12 seconds separate the top 5 cars at the moment.
It's going to be an exciting finish. Very, very exciting finish. Talyancic, they're there because they're in the yellow car tonight. Oh, you heard it here. Okay.
We're running the yellow car from now on just because Fonty says so.
Well, you know, they need to listen. Hey, look, I think, yeah, there's a couple of guys in there. Yeah, we still can't count out Kyle Stokes.
Oh, contact between Chris Robinson and James Scott.
Ooh, okay.
26 and the 04, and Scott goes through, and it's a little bit cheeky, was it? We'll get a LeBlanc replay, and we'll see if we can pick up what actually happened, and whether there was a fair bit of contact, or whether there's a door open and then closed. Not sure. We'll see if we can pick it up. That's one I'm glad that I don't have to look at after the race. Enjoy that race control. That's all I'll say. So gap, first to second, 7 seconds. Last lap by Brett Loxton, a 46.9. That's the fastest lap since he's been out of the pits. But the fastest car on track, Michael Talyancic, he's definitely not out of this. That was his fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, okay, wow. This is, Ron. I reckon, yeah, Loxton could definitely do this. We know how fast Loxton is.
Yeah.
We know how fast Blacklock is.
Yep.
We know how fast Wayne Burke is, and we know how fast Jordan Ross is.
And we're impressed by how fast Talyancic is. We know how good he is. We know how great he is in fuel saving. But his pace tonight is fantastic.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. We've got, so Kyle Stokes is being held up by his home at the moment, as he's going to get the move done. Dusted. And then Stephen Varga just hanging on in the back there as well. So Varga is no slouch.
They're doing a great
He's
job.
driven a great race.
Yep, these guys
Absolute
are
great
man of the
race.
match performance for these guys. They're going to look like they'll finish in 7th position based on the current pace. As Zomo jumps into the pit. So it's pretty much the field cleanse come in to make their final stop. One more car looks like make their final stop, but everyone on the lead lap appears to be in and stopped. Taliancic looks really strong
On a
here again.
charge.
Fastest lap of the race.
Oh,
Wow.
that was-
He's pushing.
wow.
He's pushing.
He is pushing. I've got to go and see how close that was, because I don't know how he got away with that. That was probably the closest I've seen of the night.
Yep, 100%. Let's pick up a LeBlanc replay. See if we can work out exactly how close this was. And he hit that curb, and
He
the
did
car
that.
lifted up.
Off.
How
Yeah.
did he not hit the wall? Oh,
Oh, I tell you what, just when he bounced that and the rear come around, it couldn't have got any closer. I can tell you that much. Wow.
and talking about close, Stephen Varga now right on the tail of Kyle Stokes. This is going to be an interesting fight. Varga, we're assuming, is fueled up ready to get it home, and Stokes should be fueled up ready to get it home, but Stokes looks very, very slow in comparison. Last lap by, Varga 7/10 of a second quicker.
Yeah, wow. This is, Varga's on a charge.
Very impressed.
Yep, super impressed. I think that Kyle Stokes there have dropped off a lot. Potentially just looking after the tyres. Maybe the car's not set up quite right for the end of the race.
Well, the
Yeah,
track temp could really affect the way the car's
they've
behaving.
changed it all. Yep.
Twelve and a half laps to go. Here in the Western Mazda Australian Online Supercar Championship on the iRacing Esports Network. It's been a fantastic race. There's been so much going on.
Oh, so much.
Been intense.
Yeah, it's been absolutely great though. It's I've loved every moment of it, mate.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a great battle. Is up the inside. Look at that. Varga straight through. Great move. Stokes going to try and come back through, but I think Varga will hold it on the inside into boot. Very, very tough around the outside there with the way the camber of the corner is. And Varga now moves into 6th position. Great job from those guys. Going to go back to Wayne Burke. Wayne Burke's in trouble here. That damage to the front of his car I think is hurting his pace, because Jordan Ross, Michael Taliancic have closed up very, very quick.
Yeah, very, very similar times between all of these guys. Yeah, really, absolutely nothing.
Last lap 0.3 of a second to Ross and 0.4 of a second to Taliancic, which is pretty much the draft.
That's it, isn't it?
So one interesting thing will be is if Jordan Ross or Michael Taliancic or both get through, will they be able to pull away or hold on? Because the draft is really going to play a big factor in this battle pack. This is for 4th, 5th, and the crucial 3rd position in this race.
Yep, to get on the podium, you want to certainly to finish on the podium is a massive achievement, and certainly being round one, well, this puts your team right up there, and it gives you a lot of confidence, doesn't it, when you make your presence, right at the start of the season. As we're seeing Burke, he's about to be overtaken by Jordan Ross, but he's going to hang on the outside, but he doesn't have that front tyre life. Look at it, he can't get the car turned.
No.
And Jordan Ross just going to get it done.
Drives on through. Good job from Jordan Ross to take that position
and
away.
Taliancic coming. He is driving hard.
Yep, speaking of driving hard, it looks like Loxton may have been driving too hard because the pace advantage that he had has gone back the other way. Last lap by, Sam Blacklock half a second quicker. Fastest driver on track at the moment is Jordan Ross, and you can see he is well and truly on a charge with some great pace.
Yep, he certainly is. This is Oh, this is a fantastic end to the race. 11 laps to go.
Oh, Burke. Big moment through the mid-corner. The front of that car is not handling well, and you can see that damage is really playing havoc with the front. And it's struggling to turn. It's a limited front left grip. Another thing that'll do will then overheat the front right, which, as you said before, it just really negates the front grip that you have in that car.
Yeah, well, you saw where Wayne just got past there. He's got damage on that left-hand front, so, you know, there's no aero. There's no aero potentially where the alignment's out. You're driving a corner which has a lot of banking and is reliant on that front left. And, yeah, that was, you know, pretty obvious there. We have seen early on in the race that when a car's on the outside there, it kind of pulls them around, but it didn't for Wayne then.
Let's see if Michael Taliantic can close this gap down with the draft. Hit 285 kilometers an hour under the brakes. One of the fastest parts of the iRacing V8 Supercar calendar, that section of track. Not many tracks that we get up to that sort of speed is up the inside. See Taliantic, Burke will be able to hold it around the outside through this section. Big thing is the next corner, with the way it's banked, is a little bit of contact, a little bit of push and shove between these guys. I don't mind seeing that.
Oh, you've got to have, you know, rubbish racing, isn't it?
Especially in a
Coming here.
supercar.
Exactly. We wouldn't have it any other way, you said in real life.
It's just a matter of time before Burke gets past, though, just judging by the way the car's behaving. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on for too much longer. We're just seeing the 21 car, Jacob Knight. They are not able to make it home. We were wondering whether they were going to be maybe 1 or 2 laps short. They definitely are, because they're in the pits to make a splash and dash stop. And a driver swap as well, by the looks of things. Jacob Knight's got back in. I'm wondering if they've realised that they might have been short driver lap numbers. Harley Haber might have been going to do too many. So Taliantic here, 10 to go. He's well and truly on to get 4th, and maybe even 3rd is in the background too. Kyle Stokes, Stephen Varga are still going at it for 6th and 7th spot. Our apologies for those guys for not watching, but we need to stay with these podium spots for now.
Yeah, we certainly do. This is where it's at. It's been a drama-filled race. We've really seen it all kick off.
Oh, big slide for Taliantic, and from the onboard there you can see and hear the tyres absolutely beg for mercy. They did not want to be a part of that going through the S's.
Here he goes. Is he going to pop it out?
No.
Yes, he's going to look. He's going to do it. He's going to throw it up there. And Wayne's going to not have that tyre life yet again to hold him. Or is he? Yes, he is. So maybe Taliantic, we saw him seriously pushing on. Maybe he's worn those tyres out.
There is every chance that we just saw Loxton go on by. He's now 8 seconds behind Blacklock. There goes Jordan Ross, and there goes this battle pack we're watching between Burke and Taliantic. They can see the gap that Jordan Ross has already pulled. It's now to 1.7 seconds ahead. So Taliantic is hurting here. He needs to get by very, very quick, or else he'll have no draft to close back up to Jordan Ross. We know he's got the pace to match Jordan Ross at the moment. Wayne Burke's just doing enough to hold on.
Yeah, fantastic driver is Wayne. Really, you know, you throw him in probably, arguably the top sort of 6-7 drivers in the, you know, in the iRacing V8 Supercar community, because V8 Scops race. He's done very well in his sim racing career, and I'm sure we're going to see bigger and better things from him this year in V8 Scops, as we're seeing Jordan Ross go past the car.
Yep, just passing one of the lap cars, the SSR car, the 094 car, I believe that was. Where is that on my timing? Jaden Borg behind the wheel of that one, and 2 laps down, unfortunately, but still in 29th position. That's the big thing about this series, is people continue to push on and fight all the way through to the end of the race. As Taliantic again thinks about making a move up the inside, not quite close enough. Gap between Varga and Stokes is also stretched out to 0.7 of a second. Interesting, the pace advantage that Jordan Ross has on Brett Loxton at the moment. I don't think second and third is settled at the moment. I think these guys could come down to the end of the race. Jordan Ross is closing, but here comes Talyancic up the inside and through the toe, and he's going to get it done.
Yep, fantastic move. Well executed there.
It's not over.
No,
Burke
not
coming
over.
back. Talyancic needs to move over and defend here. Burke will throw it up the inside. No, he backs out of it. So this will change the complexion of this battle, and I think the big issue for Talyancic now is that Jordan Ross is too far ahead to use draft. Seeing back in the field side by side, New Zealand Sim Racing and Throttle Control Motorsport. Gotta say it properly. Camera dance through on Jamie Stovall, so that is for 19th and 18th position. We'll go back to Kyle Stokes. It looks like his tyres may have given up the ghost, because now Stephen Varga is starting to slowly pull away. Got that gap out to 0.8 of a second. We go back to this battle. Burke, Talyancic. Nothing between these guys at the moment.
This is not over between Burke and Talyancic at all.
No way. Into the carousel for the 112th time in this race. Talyancic just did enough there. I think that Stealth Simforce car was in the right spot at the right time to help. Seeing on the timing, we've got a car running into issues. Have a look at the damage to this car. This is Kane Hewson. Saw he was very, very slow on the timing. We'll see if we can pick up a replay and work out what's happened to him. But his car looks almost toast at the moment.
It's a bit second hand to say the least.
Oh, just clipped the grass.
Oh, I tell you what, that redback car was lucky not to clean that up there.
That was Jacob Knight, who is the fastest car out on track at the moment, as we're seeing Kane Hewson continue on. Even with that damage, he's doing a great job continuing to fight. Burke struggling to hold onto the back of Talyancic now. Gap out to half a second. Now, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on. That damage might be a little bit too much.
Yep, potentially. We do know, Wayne, you need to sign up to SimSpeed Member Zone to get your paint all submitted and stuff, mate. If anyone who is watching now tonight who hasn't signed up to SimSpeed Member Zone, it's our new area for, well, we have SimSpeed Paint Booth, which is part of
the Member Zone.
To have your custom paint on our broadcast. You will need to sign up and submit it to the paint booth through Member Zone. If you go to simspeed.tv/Member Zone, or just go to the homepage, simspeed.tv, and very self-explanatory, and upload your paint, and we can put it on the broadcast to promote your sponsors.
Yep, exactly right. So we're watching the SSF Penrite Racing 035 car of Greg Sharp. Guy Leach tucked in right underneath the rear wing. The good car in the background there is a Velocity Motorsport magazine racing entry of Matt Morris. They are a lap down, unfortunately, but I'll say Guy Leach has done a very, very good job throughout this race. Been very, very good to watch him throughout this one, and looks like he might be about to steal another spot. No, he's backed out of it early. Might get the momentum coming into the carousel.
Yeah, such a easy track, and the fact that the corners aren't that difficult, and it's it's very forgiving, but also bites very hard, and it is very demanding at the same time, isn't it? Especially that second to last corner, the left-hander, and then running that ripple strip just before the last corner on the right hand side of the track. You can so easily drop a wheel off there, and we have seen it tonight. That's what happened to Dane Warren. We've seen it happen to so many people. And
sorry, Fonzie, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Jacob Knight, the 21 car, back in the pits again. So that looks like some sort of issue for that car. They are race done by the looks of things.
unfortunate.
Seeing Cameron Dance, Brett Hender change position. Dance up to 17th position. Got a fair bit to do to get another spot. Taliancic and Burke. Taliancic is breaking away, so that looks like it might be done for now.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing how this weekend's Daytona goes, Jay.
Yep.
The Daytona 24 Hour. This is a very cool time to be part of that with the day-night transition, and I'm sure in the top split we're going to have some serious competition going on there, and I'm stuck in front of the TV watching the broadcast all week.
Yeah, I'll,
pretty exciting.
Yeah, I'll be watching a fair chunk of it as well. I just noticed Guy Leach has run wide through the carousel, and he's lost all of that momentum, all that ground that he had to Greg Sharp. Gap between Jordan Ross and Brett Loxton now 2 seconds, so that is closing. Taliancic, though, still the fastest car on track.
Yep.
Can't discount him from this one.
He's
But
driven amazingly this
yeah, he has.
race.
He's done a great job.
I don't even think we've seen that car doesn't have an ounce of damage, although I'm going to touch
A little bit on the
commentator's
front splitter. There's a little bit of damage on the front splitter, but yeah, the car looks pretty healthy in comparison to a lot of others. As I said, that Taliancic was the fastest car on track. Last lap by the fastest car on track was Jordan Ross. So gap now 2 seconds between second and third and closing. So talking about the Daytona 24 this weekend, as we said, a huge weekend of broadcasting. The entire 24 hours of racing will be broadcast here on the iRacing Esports Network, thanks to RaceSpot TV and a few friends from us here at SimSpeed TV throughout the weekend. Fingers crossed, a few of the boys will jump in and have a chat. It's going to be a really cool race, and one of my favourite races on the endurance calendar was last weekend. We had the Raw before the 24. It always kicks off the endurance season and special event season very well, but a really cool special event calendar this year as well on the iRacing side of things. The special event calendar looks really cool this year. And of course, Daytona, the Bathurst 12 Hour and the Bathurst 1000 both on the special event calendar this year.
That's absolutely fantastic to see back on the calendar. We missed out last year, but it's made it back, which is pretty cool.
Four laps to go. Gap between Loxton and Ross now 1.9 seconds. Last lap by, Jordan Ross took out a massive 0.04 of a second. Fastest car on track last lap was Sam Blacklock. But watch out for Taliancic. He took 0.6 of a second out of Jordan Ross last lap. That gap is now 2.4 seconds. So Jordan Ross needs to not only watch ahead, he needs to watch out for behind, because Taliancic is on a charge.
Yeah, well, he's he could be short on fuel.
That could be what's going on. Like, Jordan Ross, I don't think, should be short on fuel. They did a driver swap, so they took the most amount of fuel that they could. But they're also 3 laps longer in regards to a tyre stint than Loxton. 5 laps longer than Taliancic. Taliancic has the best tyre life out of the entire top 10.
Yep. So Taliancic could come through here if he takes any more time out, and if Brett Loxton really has to start slowing up. Well, I think we could see a serious battle going on here come that last lap.
It's a 3-car fight for the second, third, fourth place here, the way it's looking. Jordan Ross has got it under 2 seconds. That's where we're going to start to see draft. He's got the car of Brett Gerardis just ahead as well. Currently in 23rd position, 1 lap down, but this guy's a very clean car. Brett Gerardis done a very good job. Currently 23rd position, second car, 1 lap down. Will we see Jordan Ross close up as they come to the line? 3 laps remaining in this endurance race. We start lap number 117 Only 17 kilometres of racing to go. Taliantic not able to respond. Fastest car on track that last lap, guess who? Brett Loxton. Loxton's responded. Last lap by a 48.0. 48.3 for Blacklock, 48.2 for Jordan Ross, 48.1 for Taliantic, 48.5 for Wayne Burke.
Yeah, wow, absolutely nothing in it, is there? The track has got a lot slower though.
Track has actually cooled in the last 45 minutes, back down to 31 degrees, which we've noticeably seen a lot of cloud cover in the last 45 minutes or so, but the sun has come back out once again, so we will start to see the track warm up once more. Not many battles going on out on track at the moment. There's a lot of battles on the timing sheets, but not many battles on the circuit. But, at the moment, it looks like
cars we have is Brett Hender and Jamie Stovall.
Yep.
Back in P18, P19.
Yeah, still a decent enough gap at 0.7 of a second. But tell you what, these guys have done a great job. That first stint, we were worried that Luke Harvey was struggling a bit, but I think it may have been strategy. We got that all wrong at the start of the race because this car has looked really, really strong.
It certainly has, and this is endurance racing. You can never tell what's going to happen. But that's, we said it at the start. Been a fantastic race. The two hottest in the iRacing About Supercar community being Forza Nabi, Ross Rizzo and Dane Warren. Those guys are out, so left it open to Blacklock. Well, Blacklock could actually be included in that hot list too.
I'll tell you what, looking at the DNF list is pretty much an all-star list, isn't it? You got the 21 car, Jacob Knight, Harley Haber, contenders. Marlon McMullen, Craig Jones, contenders.
Yep.
Thomas McMillan, Josh Anderson, contenders. Ross Rizzo, Forza Nabi, contenders. Dane Warren, David Sanford, contenders. A lot of cars that are in the DNFs that really were legitimate shots of winning this race, and we at one stage thought they may be able to win it. It's amazing to see how many cars have been involved in bizarre incidents and weird accidents. We're going to go back to a battle that we were watching earlier, which ended, but it's back on again because have a look at Guy Leach closing back up to Greg Sharp. It's back down to 0.3 of a second once more. This isn't over because Leach is coming once more. Issue for Leach is he's only got 2 laps to do this, but he's got 3 lap older tyres. About to come up on 24 laps. His tyre stint. He did nearly hit the wall there. That was very close.
Yeah. Oh, nearly on the outside too. Just pushing on. So Taliantic.
Oh, there we go. A big accident.
Oh,
Hammond,
no.
Baxter, both come
Hammond.
together.
Hammond. I tell you what. We
And
go.
here
This
comes
is
these
going to
guys
open up an opportunity
Yeah,
for
Guy
these
Leach,
two guys.
Leach and
He's going to get the run here. Who's going to get the run? Is he
going to
go
replay in a
wide?
moment. So this is on here between Leach and Sharp, Hammond and Baxter, and that just looked like, to me, a little bit of overspeed and then laps in concentration at this point of the race, which is not surprising how many laps in we are. We're going to get a LeBlanc replay for you right now, and we'll see exactly what happened there between Baxter and Michael Hammond. So overspeed from Baxter, he's just misread that altogether. Just missed the braking point, that's all it was.
Yep.
Come back to this battle because white flag is out when these guys come across the line. Here's the final lap of the race. Sam Blacklock coming up to halfway through his final lap, but this is still on between Sharp and between Leach. Baxter's not too far behind. Hammond, I think, is fairly heavily damaged. He's going to limp at home. Car is crabbing a little bit, so he's going to struggle at home. Not much separating these two cars. Front of the field, the battles have ended. Not going to see any changes unless someone coughs on fuel, which has every chance of doing. Have a look at Leach. He's going to have the double draft down the straight. Oh, just not able to get the run though. Had to check up at the wrong spot. Stay with this up into the carousel and then we will go to our race leader. side by side into the carousel. It is not going to happen at this stage, but we'll go to our race leader, who's about to become our race winner. Congratulations to the Ace Tennis Racing team. Sam
That's
Blacklock.
fantastic drive by those guys.
Sam Blacklock, Luke Harvey, congratulations, boys, on a great result.
9
Brett
seconds.
Loxton. Yeah, 9-second victory in the end over Brett Loxton. And Michael Cracknell in his first run, Zuva Racing. Jordan Ross finishes the race in third. Taliancic in fourth. Great job. Driver of the day for Wayne Burke, getting it back into fifth. That's fantastic. Congratulations to Wayne and also to Tyson McAvoy as well for that result. Stephen Varga's going to bring it home in sixth. Kyle Stokes in seventh. James Scott in eighth. Seventh and eighth for Evolution Racing Team. We're going to go back to that battle because it's still on. Guy Leach is right there. In the background, you see Baxter off the road. Hammond has dropped incredible amount of pace. But this is on between Leach and Sharp.
He's got one corner. He's not close enough. If he can get a good exit out of here, he might be able to do it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
I
He
think
doesn't
he
have
might
the
be too
front
far
end.
back.
He's going to look though. No. Respectful driver is Leach and doesn't make dumb moves. Oh, big drift
Dance.
coming out the last turn though.
Dances around at the end of the race and he's dropped back to 18th. We'll see if we can pick up what's happened to Cam. But, they're on for a P15. Finishing 18th position in the end for those boys. And 0.2 of a second in the end between Sharp and Leach. Dance. Oh, Cam. That's amateur hour stuff. But congratulations to everyone who has finished the race. It's a very, very tough race out there. So many cars have been out there involved in incidents. Well done to car in 21st position. They finished on the lead lap. 535 car has finished on the lead lap. Amazing.
Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic job there by Mike Korolev. It's yeah, good to see him out here having a run on a Friday night. First time I've seen him out having a crack, and I'm sure he absolutely loved it out there. And he didn't get a penalty or black flagged, which is, you know, a positive thing.
Post-race penalties to come.
Yeah,
no doubt at all. But we'll run through our race results. The Ace Tennis Racing crew, Sam Blacklock and Luke Harvey pick up the win. Zuva Racing 209 in second position. Congratulations to those guys, 8.8 seconds back. Synergy Sim Racing, the 88 car, Jordan Ross, finish in third position. Some great pace at the end of the race. Pursuit Sim Racing in fourth. OPR V8, well done to Wayne Burke and Tyson McAvoy finishing in fifth position. Those boys will be very, very happy with that result. Redback Racing Team LeBlanc, well done to these guys as well. The 868 car finishes in sixth position. Seventh and eighth Evolution Racing Teams, 0, 27 and 26 cars. Then ninth position, Redback Racing Team LeBlanc, 04, followed by Gordon Rogue Motorsports Enduro 1. The 38 car finishes in 10th.
There we go. In 11th, we have the SSF Penrite Racing 35 car of Greg Sharp. Close battle there with the man behind him, which was Guy Leach in the KRF Motorsports car. Double RT LeBlanc 31. Great result from them, finishing in 13th. Middle Finger Racing 66, 14th. Cross Continental Motorsports 100. Michael Hammond. Those guys were right up the pointy end at one stage of the race. Got caught up, but did a fantastic job. They came home to finish in 15th. Gone Rogue Motorsports 34, 16th. New Zealand Sim Racing had a few cars on the grid tonight, which was quite good to see. And Jamie Sobolt in the 87, he finished 17th. Our boys Cam Dance and Simon Mazzomo in the 666 in the Throttle Control Motorsports car, they finished in 18th. Lone Wolf Motorsports, Brett Hender in 19th. And SSF Penrite Racing 014 in 20th.
Last car on the lead lap, KRF MP Custom Motorsports. 535 car finishes in 21st. First car one lap down, Brett Gerardis in 42 car, the Middle Finger Racing entry. New Zealand Sim Racing 125 car, they limped it home in the end. Finished one lap down, 23rd. ZB Racing in 24th position. 25th goes to Velocity Motorsports Magazine Racing, one lap down as well. Gordon Rogue Motorsports in 26th. 27th Delta Force Racing, unfortunate for those guys to have two unfortunate incidents at the same time before both of their cars finish in 27th. 28th to Stealth Sim Force 094. CMR Team Green in 29th, and 30th Delta Force Racing 021. I'll keep going through them now, Fonty, if you want. Redback Racing Team Cedar 018 finishes 4 laps down in 31st. Stealth Sim Force 015 finishes 6 laps down in 32nd. And then to our DNFs, 33rd Redback Racing Team LeBlanc 21, Team Joan. We've got CMR Team Blue, CMR Team Black, All-Star Motorsports 248, Trick Sim Sports Black, also finishing 33 laps down in the end, Valkyrie Sim Racing also DNFing, All-Star Motorsports 57 DNFing, and the last page, Redback Racing Team Cedar, Team Tim Foltz, Middle Finger Racing, New Zealand Sim Racing, Valkyrie Sim Racing, 74 car, JJB Racing 47, and ASM 91. That is our field. Time to chat to our race winners because they have come to join us for a chat. We'll have a very, very quick chat with these boys. Congratulations, Luke Harvey, Sam Blacklock, on a very, very dominant win in the end, but it wasn't as easy as it looks on the timing sheets.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Quite an uneventful race, really. We just went about our own business and just sort of fell into our lap, which was good.
Sam, that last stint there looked like it was more about tyre preservation than anything else.
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't think that was what I was doing. I was just pushing it as fast as I could without risking blowing the engine or buzzing the tires. But I was still driving pretty hard. I did actually back off the last sort of few laps just to, I guess, be careful. But no.
It's a very, very eventful race behind you guys, but that starting stint, we commented, Luke, that you looked like you were a little bit off the pace, but was that the strategy, just let the guys go and just stick with them and see how it all plays out?
I actually just got in from work like 2 minutes before the start, quickly jumped in the rig, did like one out lap, threw me in the car on pole, and I just was like a fish out of water. So I was a little bit flustered there that first stint, but happy with the second one anyway.
Sam, the qualifying was very, very tight as well between yourself and a few others, but you managed to steal it in the end and get pole as well.
Yeah, qualifying was good. I was actually over at All Star having a chat to them and waiting for Luke, obviously, and I was having a really good friendly battle with Dane Warren for pole, and obviously we had the issues where we had two different servers, so we had a really good scrap for pole in that first one, and then the second one was also just as good.
Go on to next week, which is Donington Park, and then at the Enduro in 2 weeks' time at Daytona. We'll hopefully see you boys out on track.
Yeah, we can't wait, especially at night. I think it'll be a really cool event.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Daytona as well. Who would you like to thank, Luke?
Obviously Sam, he's a awesome co-driver, good bloke, really good fun to race with. And also to Hybrid Racing Simulations from their support.
Congratulations to our race winners, Luke Harvey, Sam Blacklock, winners from pole, and take the win by 9 seconds in the end. Congratulations, boys.
Thanks, Jay.
And we'll wrap up our interviews with two very, very excited 4th place finishers. Michael Taliantic, Dave Kidman in the booth with us. Congratulations, boys, on a very, very good drive. It was a very eventful race. But Mike, that last stint from you had some great pace there.
Yeah, I felt like I had good pace all night. Just never really had the clear air to sort of put the foot down. And those last 2 stints, I was sort of going pretty well. I was a bit stuck there behind Brett. Otherwise, I think I might have been able to pull away. Yeah, it was a good night.
Dave, for you just kept it clean, kept it out of trouble, but we were commenting that your improvement has come a long way in the last 4 or 5 months as well. Teaming with Mike, you seemed like you just clicked really well.
Yeah, we do. We get on really well as a team. Mike's not only a great teammate on the track, but also as a coach in the week. He's really, really good at nurturing talent, and hence my move to Pursuit, and it's paid dividends. I mean, my pace wasn't fantastic tonight, but some of the things we've been working on have really worked out. I was able to contend with some cars applying pressure behind me a lot better, which was a bit of a weakness in 2018. So looking to try and improve on that this year and make sure that I bring the car around cleanly so Mike can do what Mike does.
And on that, Mike, that final stint you had there, we thought you might have had enough left in the tank to get up to Jordan Ross and maybe up to Brett Loxton, but not quite enough in the end. Maybe 2 or 3 laps short on actual pace to get there, but that was a pretty exciting final stint.
Yeah, I think I used a bit too much of my tyres trying to get past Wayne there. He's a very tough competitor to race, so I had to give it my all to get past. I was actually a little bit surprised I did in the end. Just sort of fell into a place when I move on.
Massive shout out to Wayne as well for coming back from a lap down to finish 5th. That didn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, it was a very, very incredible drive, and congratulations to everyone that finished in the top 5. It was a very, very good drive. Also to 6th place as well, the Redback Racing Team guys. They'll be very, very overjoyed with that. But you guys, 4th place to start the endurance campaign. You guys always do very, very well in the Enduros. You are looking forward to the rest of the endurance campaign and the rest of the season?
Oh, 100%. The longer the race, the better we do. Just gives us more chance to use strategy to get up the field, and I love it. Looking forward to the rest of the season.
Yeah, you guys have done a fantastic job in recent times. Reasonably new kind of team around, and I look forward to seeing what you guys can produce this year.
Fonty wants you in the yellow car throughout the rest of the year too.
You have to go, because whenever you're in the yellow car, you should go all right. So stay with the yellow, guys.
I think you might be forgetting a couple of bad races. I think I blew the motor 3 times last.
I do. Yeah. Maybe it's just because I like it in yellow.
Congratulations, boys. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, well done, guys.
I'd like to thank Alpha Finance. They've continued their support with us this year, and we've continued to donate that money towards charity, which is great. Who did you pick for the charity, Dave?
Child cancer.
Yeah, that was a bit of nice news. We haven't quite announced that yet, but we might as well announce it here.
Well, congratulations, guys, and great to hear that you do that as well. And congratulations on another great result, and we'll hopefully talk to you again, if not next week, in 2 weeks' time at Daytona.
Thanks very much, guys.
And we will wrap up our interviews. We thought we might have wrapped them up there, but we'll bring in our last 2 interviewees, the newest team, or one of the newest teams out there. Congratulations to Brett Loxton and Michael Cracknell. Crackers, firstly to you, how good's your team, mate?
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better teammate, could I?
Pretty good, Brett. That final stint, we thought you might have had enough there to get back to Sam, but you just burnt the tyres out a little bit too early by the looks of things.
Yeah, the set was pretty bad on the front tyres. Burnt them out pretty quick.
The race didn't go 100% to plan for pretty much anyone. Was the strategy for you guys just try and keep it out of trouble for as long as you can?
Yeah, till I fenced it and then missed the pit box and exited the car, so I towed it back to the pit box. I think I missed the pit box a second time.
The restart as well didn't quite go to plan as well.
No, the car moved in front as I went to go up the inside, just misjudged it and clipped them.
Other than that, though, the rest of the race went rather okay. That final 2 stints were very, very good to watch, and we were looking at the lap times. Were you thinking you might have had enough to catch him?
I did for a little bit till the time started dropping off.
Oh, we move on next week to Donington Park. You guys, Brett, you had a very, very eventful race there last time we were out there. Looking forward to a bit better of a time out than last season.
Hopefully. It's a fun track to drive, but it's really hard once you're down in the pack.
And Crackers, yourself, first official drive with the new team after finally being announced. You're looking forward to putting the team colours on and getting out on track?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've been hanging for it. So, yeah, tonight it was good to finally get rid of the plain black and run a decent colour. So it was good.
Congratulations on a great result tonight, guys. P2, who would you like to thank?
Just like to thank Zuva, V8 Sleuth, a couple of sponsors there, and also all the guys at KRF. Yeah, they've been very welcoming, and yeah, I'm very happy with my decision of where I've gone. So yeah, couldn't be happier at the minute.
Well, good luck for the rest of the season. Congratulations on the new drive, Crackers, and well done to you, Brett, on another good result. And we'll no doubt chat to you boys again throughout the season.
Cheers.
No worries. Thanks, Jay.
Well, Fonty, that'll wrap it up for our night of racing. It's been an eventful night. It's been a long night. It is getting close towards, well, it's after 2:30 your time, so nearly time for your bedtime.
Oh, yeah, definitely past my bedtime.
But it's been an eventful night of racing, but the action's not going to stop there because tomorrow, as we said, we've got the major series, but it's a huge weekend here on the iRacing Esports Network with so much action going on. As I said, we've got the major series, but before that, our friends at RaceBot will have the Formula 3.5. We've got GSRC doing the Global MX5. We have the majors. Then we've got Grand Prix Legends. The Daytona 24, which starts, coverage starts at 24 hours from now, pretty much. 24 hours from now, the 24 hours of Daytona will start. At the same time, pretty much, Porsche Pro Series qualifying. GSRC will also have batteries not included, Camel GT, and the 24 hours of Daytona will continue all the way through until midnight Sunday night, Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Major series will be after that on Monday morning. It's a huge weekend here on the iRacing Esports Network. A huge weekend of sim racing here. And we're looking forward to being a part of it. It's going to be a great weekend. Fonty, thanks for jumping in. I'll let you go to bed. It's been an eventful race.
It has. It's, great way to start the endurance part of the Australian Online Supercar Championship. Always love doing this on a Friday night. It's like you say, it's been a long one, but we've absolutely loved every moment of it. It was really quite exciting because you never really knew who was going to win the race with all of what was going on. And I tell you what, I can't wait to the next one and to move on to Donington.
Yep, Donington Park next week, and the rest of our broadcast schedule here at SimSpeed TV Monday night. As we said, tomorrow we will have the major series from Daytona. We got the official V8 Supercar Series presented by Aussie Driver Search back here again on Monday night. Wednesday night, doubleheader of Rallycross and Sprint Series Australasia, which will be a 90-minute race for the first time with sponsors Geodesic Racing picking up a new partner with Alpine Stars, which is very, very exciting for those guys. Thursday night, Formula 3, and then, as we said, next week for this series, 9:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, we will have the Donington 150. We hope that you can join us for all of our broadcasts and all of our action. Thank you for tuning in. Big thanks once again to West End Mazda and LeBlanc, as well as Sam Blacklock Media and also Knight Rider Designs. It's been an eventful night, but your winners for the first endurance race of this championship season, Ace Tennis Racing, Sam Blacklock and Luke Harvey. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.